Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Reports that a second US aircraft carrier is on its way to the Middle East as Trump weighs up military action on Iran. The BNP win a landslide victory in the Bangladeshi elections following the Gen Z uprising. And rolling back on major climate change policies, Trump ditches the Obama-era greenhouse gas ruling, promising cheaper cars for American consumers. It is believed a second US aircraft carrier is being sent to the Middle East as President Trump considers possible military action against Iran. The New York Times reports the USS Gerald R. Ford will put two carriers and their warships in the region as the US ramps up pressure on Iran to make a deal on its nuclear program. The world's largest aircraft would join the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and three guided missile destroyers who have been in Middle East waters for the past fortnight. Let's speak to Professor of Political Science and International Relations, University of Southern California, Derek Grossman. Derek, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Derek, could the deployment of an additional US aircraft carrier to the Middle East strengthen Trump's diplomatic leverage, or does it increase the danger of escalation?
Well, great to be with you again. And I think the answer is it certainly increases the chance for escalation. But at the same time, the Trump administration, as we've seen over the last few weeks, has been pursuing diplomacy. They just had some meetings over Iran's nuclear program in Amman. And so I think it's fair to say that the United States is pursuing a multi-pronged strategy or approach. You know, sometimes people wonder whether Trump actually has a strategy, right? But at least it's some sort of an approach to Iran, which is to try to extend an olive branch, but also to brandish American military might by sending the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, as you mentioned, to join the Abraham Lincoln there. And so there's a little bit of both. There's some deterrence, there's some engagement. And I think when I was listening to President Trump's statement yesterday, and he said that it's going to be traumatic if Iran does not comply with U.S. demands, which is to cease harassing and executing protesters and also to begin rolling back its nuclear program. And he laid out a timeline of about a month. So we are in we are in a situation now where things seem to be ramping up more so than pursuing diplomacy.
And Derek, just a few days ago, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did hold a meeting with Trump at the White House. How significant were these talks in shaping the U.S. position on negotiations with Iran? Because like you said to me right now, the U.S. appears to be pursuing diplomacy.
Yeah, so Trump has met with Netanyahu many times, I believe the most times of any foreign leader. And so they know each other very well, of course, stretching back to his first administration. And in my view, Netanyahu certainly does not want the U.S. to be negotiating with Iran. He wants more of a hawkish approach toward Iran. He wants to see more threats militarily. Netanyahu, I mean, very much appreciated the U.S. bombing Iranian nuclear sites over the summer. The thing about it is Trump is, as he said many times, is beholden to nobody, to no foreign leader. And when he was asked a direct question yesterday about how Netanyahu viewed his diplomacy with Iran, he said, well, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, I don't really care what Netanyahu thinks, and we're going to continue to do this. Right. And so I think yesterday's meeting was really about trying to level set and have both leaders lay out their positions. And I think there is an agreement to disagree. But nonetheless, the U.S.-Israel alliance is very strong, and they will continue down this path of trying to figure out what to do with Iran together.
And let's talk a little bit more about Iran, because the government is actually now putting together what I can understand is this fact-finding committee to investigate the recent protests. What can we actually expect from this report? And Derek, in your opinion, do you think it will be transparent?
Well, I mean, if past is present, right, then, I mean, we have to figure that this report is not going to be honest. It may be transparent in some sense, but it will certainly favor the regime and how the regime has handled the protesters. And, you know, it will likely refer to them as secessionists or as terrorists that are instigated by foreign powers, to include the United States and Israel. So I don't expect much out of it. And I also think that it is a way of Iran signaling to the United States, look, we're doing something. And so that will, from Tehran's perspective, hopefully let some of the air out of the sails here that are heading toward war. But I doubt that it will actually be a genuine effort. That said, it may be enough for Trump. Trump has not really been so keen on human rights and democracy in this second term. He speaks loudly sometimes about it, but usually he doesn't, and usually the issue withers on the vine. And so I wonder if Iran's strategy here might actually work, even if it is a very uncredible type of attempt to appease.
And Derek, I want to move on to another topic that has been dominating the news agenda, and it's Bangladesh. What does the BNP's landslide victory and Tariq Rahman's return from exile mean for the future of Bangladesh's politics? A lot of people have said this has the election really been driven by Gen Z.
Yeah, so I mean, to take you back to August of 2024, I mean, there was a Gen Z uprising against Sheikh Hasina's Awami League government, which really was a regime. It controlled the people. It was very illiberal. There were not free and fair elections. It persecuted opposition members, to include the BNP, right? So the Awami League was banned from this latest election. And Hasina, she has sought refuge in India. She's spoken out about how the election is not free and fair if the Awami League cannot participate. And I think she has a point on that. But at the same time, the election has gone forward and the BNP won in a landslide, I think indicating that the Bangladeshi people have rejected more of the Islamist flavor in their politics, right? So it was the Jamaat-e-Islami party in conjunction with, I think, 11 coalition members, many or most of whom are also Islamist. And so the BNP is, I think, trying to recenter Bangladesh as more of a secular nation, but more of a nationalist nation that is not really obligated to do anything for anybody else other than Bangladesh. The Awami League was kind of viewed as very pro-India, and in some cases kind of controlled by India, right? And so BNP, I think, is going to try to get back to, you know, forgive me for saying, but like making Bangladesh great again, right? But it really kind of with Bangladeshi characteristics rather than the footprint of anybody else.
Derek Grossman, I wonder where you got making Bangladesh great again. Thank you, as always, for your analysis and for joining the show.
Thank you. Take care.
Now, world leaders are arriving at the Munich Security Conference today as transatlantic ties dominate talks. Much has been made of US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's comments as he prepares for a major speech, warning of a new era in geopolitics. Take a listen.
The world is changing very fast right in front of us. The old world is gone, frankly, the world I grew up in, and we live in a new era in geopolitics. And it's going to require all of us to sort of re-examine what that looks like and what our role is going to be.
We can now get the thoughts of former British MP and defence and security analyst Tobias Alwood. Tobias, as always, great to have you on the show. So, how will Marco Rubio's speech at the Munich Security Conference signal a new era in US-Europe relations after the Greenland controversy?
Well, good afternoon. And it's really curious listening to Marco Rubio claim that the world is changing around us as if America has absolutely nothing to do with where the world is today. It's because of what America is doing in retreating from its engagement with Europe, becoming more isolationist, that most of the problems that we face in Europe are there today. Russia is clearly the adversary that's shaking up European security, and America could join in with Europe in putting that fire out, but Trump has been hesitant all along. So for Rubio to turn up, and then I think what's going to happen is lecture the Europeans, as J.D. Vance, if you recall, a year ago did, the vice president, saying the problem isn't Russia, the problem of Europe is within. I suspect we're going to get more of that. And what's fascinating about Marco Rubio is that he was a senator prior to the Secretary of State role in Britain. We knew him well. He visited Parliament on a regular basis. He very much was in favor of the transatlantic relationship, in favor of standing up to Russia, and in favor of supporting Ukraine. And all three of those have now changed.
Yes, indeed. And Tobias, who could forget US Vice President J.D. Vance delivering that highly controversial speech last year? But Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz says we are stronger together. Even the US is not powerful enough to go it alone. He said this today. He was opening the Munich conference. Do you think President Donald Trump would disagree with that statement?
Well, again, it's been fascinating. Well, what a bumpy year this has been. And we're just into February when we saw what Trump did in Venezuela, but then this claim of Greenland. And for the first time, I was pleased to see European partners standing up to say that is not going to happen. After the first year of Trump's office, where leader after leader went bended knee into the Oval Office saying, please, please, stay with us in Europe, support us in what we're doing in Ukraine and pushing Russia back. And of course, Trump was completely hesitant, wanting to bring Putin in from the cold. It was the first time in January that we saw European leaders say, right, that's enough. We've had it with this. We're going to actually look after what's important to us. Greenland is not for annexation. We stand with Denmark. And my goodness, Trump had to back off. And I'm hoping that a strong message will come from the Munich Security Conference this time to say, you've got to be with us. And by the way, let's work together, because it's in America's interest for Europe to be strong. There will be an occasion, I'm sure, in the next months or indeed years, where America will be wanting European support again, as it did in Iraq, as it did in Afghanistan. And for Europe to be distracted further by what's going on in Russia because America dials back is not in America's long-term security or indeed even economic interests.
And Tobias, how is the war in Ukraine expected to dominate discussions at the conference? We know President Zelensky has now arrived in Munich today, but you and I have just been discussing this US-Europe relationship.
Well, you asked such an important question, because I recall 4 years ago when Zelensky turned up on just before Russian troops invaded his country, pleading to NATO to say, please help me, it's about to happen. And nobody believed it would. And yet here we are, 4 years later, talking about the same war, with Russia operationally on the advantage in eastern Ukraine. And that's the sadness of this. We're talking about NATO, the most formidable, most potent military alliance the world has ever seen. And 4 years on, we still haven't put this fire out.
Tobias, my big question is, why hasn't NATO put this fire out? They've had so many opportunities to do it. And Donald Trump has said before that they just have meetings about meetings. So it doesn't appear like NATO's helping itself much.
Well, Donald Trump is part of the problem. It's because he's been courting Putin, wanting to bring him in from the cold, not treating him as an adversary. That's been half the problem. We've not given the weapon systems for Ukraine to do the job properly. And if you recall, every time there was discussion about whether we should slide across another military capability, there was a massive public debate about it. You know, whether we should be offensive or defensive weapons. That was the first one. Tanks, F-16s, long-range missiles, being able to hit missiles or send missiles deep into Russia. Big public debates about it. Each time Putin coming back saying, you dare do that, cross that line, and I might go nuclear. We were spooked the entire time. And we needed a little bit of Cold War statecraft, if I could put it that way, to be able to look our enemy in the eye and say, we're not going to blink.
And Tobias, what role will tensions with China and the Middle East play in this year's security debates that will be happening in Munich?
Well, this is half the problem, is that many of these other issues, important issues that you describe, get pushed to the wayside because we're not talking about adversaries. We're not talking about other conflicts and how to resolve them. We're actually talking about the bun fights, the disagreements within the alliance as well. And that's why this Munich Security Conference indeed is so important, but so worrying that we are where we are today.
Tobias Alwood, as always, good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump will meet with the Special Forces soldiers who captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. The troops, who are based at Fort Bragg military base in North Carolina, were part of a sting that resulted in 83 people being killed and more than 100 others injured. The suspect in Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping case has been identified as a 5'9" or 5'10" male with an average build, wearing a black 25-litre Ozark Trail hiker backpack. The FBI has also doubled the reward to $100,000 for a tip-off that leads to an arrest and a conviction. President Trump will announce a multi-billion-dollar reconstruction plan for Gaza at the Board of Peace meeting next week. Trump, who hopes to raise Gaza's gross domestic product to $10 billion by 2035, will also present a plan for a UN-authorized stabilization force during the meeting in Washington, D.C. 4 astronauts have travelled towards the International Space Station after a successful launch by NASA and SpaceX. The crew aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft will spend 8 months in space and will replace a team that evacuated the station last month due to a medical emergency. And over 100 couples tied the knot yesterday in Peru's first collective civil wedding of the year. The ceremony, organised by the municipality of Lima, took place at the iconic Magic Circuit of Water, where newlyweds posed for photos, exchanged rings and celebrated with cake and music. President Trump has revoked a landmark ruling regarding the emission of greenhouse gases. It reverses a former policy introduced by the Obama administration, which controlled all federal action on curbing planet-warming gases. It's been called the largest regulation in American history by the White House, who say this action will make cars cheaper. Here's how President Trump broke that very news.
Under the process just completed by the EPA, we are officially terminating the so-called endangerment finding, a disastrous Obama-era policy that severely damaged the American auto industry and massively drove up prices for American consumers. That is why, effective immediately, we are repealing the ridiculous endangerment finding and terminating all additional green emission standards imposed unnecessarily on vehicle models and engines between 2012 and 2027 and beyond. We canceled the EPA's absurd, just totally absurd, tailpipe emission standards, which was a disaster for automobile manufacturing, and revoked Biden's emissions waiver that would have allowed California to regulate automobiles for the entire nation.
Let's go live to Washington now to speak to our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, does this come as a surprise? Trump has consistently expressed skepticism about human-driven climate change, calling it a hoax and a green scam.
Yes, Leigh Ann, it's not really a surprise because, as you said, this is the president who's referred to climate change repeatedly in the past as a hoax. President Trump has long taken the stance that climate change regulation is harmful to the American consumer. It drives up prices. So there's no change in his position there. What's unique is the scale of the potential consequences of what we've now seen the president and his administration do, which is revoke this scientific finding, the endangerment finding. And what that was, as you said, back in 2009, under the Obama administration, the Environmental Protection Agency came to the conclusion that certain greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide were harmful to public health. Now that formed the legal underpinning, if you like, for federal regulation of, for example, things like car emissions. So you can see a really busy road behind me here going into Washington, D.C. Now, as of right now, the rules governing those emissions, they remain in place. But what the announcement from Trump with this reversal of the endangerment finding means is that that legal basis has now been weakened, can potentially be challenged. And so you've got the consequences of this decision potentially quite far-ranging. And those critics of it saying this is a major blow in the fight against climate change.
And Sarah, what does this decision mean in practical terms? Does it now limit the government's ability to regulate emissions from cars, power plants, and also industry?
Yes, it does. I mean, a good example is the cars. So you've got the really busy road behind me. What you had with that endangerment finding, as I said, is that became the legal underpinning for bringing in regulations and rules around the types of emissions that cars are allowed to put out. Now, nothing is going to change immediately, but it does mean that those rules are now at risk. And so you've got critics of this decision coming out saying this is a major blow to the fight. President Obama himself, it's quite rare for him to step in and comment on these types of decisions. But Leigh Ann, I'm going to read you what he said because it was strong wording from former President Barack Obama. He said that the ruling had served as the basis for the limits for things like tailpipe emissions from cars and power plant rules. Without it, Barack Obama says, we'll be less safe, less healthy, less able to fight climate change.
And how has this been viewed in Washington? And what does it mean for global efforts to tackle climate change? Will this have a ripple effect to other governments who've been making this effort to try and curb the use of fossil fuels? Because we know Donald Trump said, drill, baby, drill. He's a big fan of the fossil fuels, Sarah.
Yes, Leigh Ann, drill, baby, drill, and his clean, beautiful coal. Look, again, this is very much a stance that we've seen President Trump take throughout the course of his presidency, indeed throughout the course of the first time he was in office. Look, the administration is arguing here that this move is going to eliminate $1.3 trillion, they say, of regulatory costs, bring down prices for consumers. So presumably, when you look at cars, if some of those rules around emissions regulation are challenged without that legal underpinning now, you can potentially have prices driven down perhaps for the cars. But the impact of that climate defenders say goes far beyond simply this fight against climate change. You know, America in the global standing under many previous administrations from both parties has been a leading champion of fighting climate change. Obviously, that has been markedly different under President Trump. But what people are saying here in Washington is very divided along party lines. We've got Republicans supportive of this move. You know, you had there, he was standing alongside the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He'd gone on to say, look, this is the single biggest act of deregulation in the United States of America. He called the Obama-era policy an ideological crusade. But Leigh Ann, those who defend climate change are saying this is a signal to the world of America not just fighting back against these climate change regulations, but seriously challenging the consensus, right, that greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and the likes of car emissions behind me shouldn't be regulated and that they cause people harm. That is a major stance for the world's global power to be taking.
And it's really interesting because Donald Trump has pulled out a lot out of these climate accords, like the Paris Climate Accord that we did see. This is something that Donald Trump tends to do. He pulls out of things he doesn't agree with. And I wonder now, what could the health implications be on the system in America, which is already quite a difficult healthcare system when it comes to insurance?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really important point, Leigh Ann. And you've got the environmental regulators here. I mean, it is just pages, basically, from all types of protection agencies saying about the damage this can potentially do. Now, it's really important to point out to viewers, as we said, you don't currently have the rules, for example, around the emissions from the cars behind me here on a busy road into the Capitol, but removing that endangerment finding, right? With that finding that back in 2009 under Obama, the Environmental Protection Agency said, we've done the investigation. We have concluded that the gases, certain types of greenhouse gases, are a serious threat to public health. And that meant that all the other rules around, for example, tailpipe emissions, they were based upon this regulation. So when you've removed this, you've got the fight against climate change essentially just becoming that much harder. The rules for now are in place, but this has made it much easier, for example, car manufacturers to challenge. And that is a real concern for climate change campaigners. And again, they're saying this isn't just a potential wide-ranging consequences here in the United States. So if you have the regulations around tailpipe emissions lifted, it's not just the various states that will be impacted. That pollution, of course, can impact, it travels. It can impact many other states as well. But it's also, as they pointed out, a signal to the rest of the world about just where this administration stands when it comes to climate change. So again, to go back to the fact President Trump has called this a hoax, well, he's now putting the administration's money where his mouth is, repealing this very important endangerment finding that climate change environmentalists are saying is going to be a major blow in the climate change fight.
And you know, Sarah, something quite interesting that I've seen a lot of analysts been writing about in the last few weeks or so is they're saying that the Trump administration almost seems to be anti-science when it comes to climate change, anti-science when it comes to things like vaccinations. And Donald Trump is making that quite clear. I don't know if you've seen anything on that or have thoughts on the administration's way forward, as you just said.
Yeah, I mean, Leigh Ann, you're absolutely right. And look, the endangerment finding itself, it all sounds very technical, but when it comes down to it, that finding was saying that greenhouse gases, so carbon dioxide, methane gas, that they pose a threat to human health and welfare. They were very clear about that. Now, the fact that you had the Environmental Protection Agency, the government agency in 2009, come out and make that ruling meant that you then had the legal basis for all the other rules. So where people wanted to look at something like car emissions, they had that endangerment finding to back them up legally, and that is now gone. So it endangers all the rules. This wasn't just President Trump going after individual rules when it comes to climate change policy. This is him going right to the heart of the foundation that brought about that policy. And so again, you take the traffic moving behind me here. They're going into central DC. This road's always super busy. They are subject to emission standards right now. And those standards are built on that 2009 endangerment ruling. Well, that's now been removed by President Trump. And so it's a step toward lifting the regulations that cars like the ones behind me now have. And so you can see potentially the impact of that. This is President Trump and his administration going head to head up against that scientific consensus that greenhouse gases do people harm. They're saying not only do they not agree with that, President Trump calling it a hoax, they've now taken this very significant step that sends a major message to the world about where they stand on climate change.
Sarah Firth, absolutely fascinating. Keep safe on that road. Thank you so much for joining us. Now to the Korean Peninsula, where authorities say they believe North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has officially nominated his daughter as successor of the regime. The claims come as North Korea prepares to host its 9th Congress at the end of this month. Jan David has this report.
A secretive regime, large military parades, and now a successor. In recent years, daughter of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, Ju-ae, has been increasingly seen by her father's side. South Korea's Parliamentary Intelligence Committee now say they believe she has officially been selected to inherit control. Considering all that presence is increasingly becoming more prominent domestically, and that she's giving her direct opinions on some policies during her on-site inspections, we can say it's somewhat unusual that the expression used was that she was in the stage of being internally appointed successor, from that she was in study as successor. It's notoriously difficult to get information out of North Korea. Thought to be in her early teens, even the successor's real age is unknown. But it's photos like this that offer a rare glimpse inside the secretive state, and have pushed South Korean representatives to make the succession claims. Kim's daughter has been spotted drawing submarines, missiles, and military installations. She's now thought to be increasingly involved in Pyongyang's policy matters. The development comes as North Korea pushes to modernize its military, say South Korean representatives.
North Korea is also focusing on diversifying its platforms, including nuclear submarines and destroyers.
Earlier this month, leader Kim called for the military to broaden its power. The end of February will see the state's ruling party convene for its 9th Congress. All eyes are on whether Ju-ae appears by her father's side. Jan David, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top sports news now. Atletico Madrid produced an outstanding first-half display against La Liga leaders Barcelona, scoring 4 goals in the Copa del Rey semi-final. This was the second time they had met at this stage of the competition, with Barcelona winning last year. And my favourite sports story of the day, Zimbabwe remain undefeated in the T20 World Cup as they won by 23 runs against Australia in Colombo. The loss leaves the Aussies 2 points behind the Southern African team and Sri Lanka. It's day 7 of the Milan Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics, with athletes around the world gathering in Italy for a chance of a medal. Currently, Norway top the table with 8 golds, whilst the host nation are second with 6. But it's still all up for grabs, with plenty more events to come today and, of course, this weekend. And here to tell me all about this is 3-time Olympic speed skater and owner of Raw Fitness, Sarah Lindsay. She joins me right here in the studio. Sarah, it's so great to have you on the show. It's been quite the week when it comes to the Winter Olympics, I must say. What's been your highlight of the first week?
I really loved watching Jutta Leerden win the 1,000 metres. So the Dutch long track skater, she won the 1,000, and she was so emotional, and she has such a huge profile, millions of followers, and I think a really good role model for youngsters. You know, there's lots of younger people watching on social media, and I think you don't get to win an Olympic gold medal in long track skating without having a real, just a real strong work ethic.
It's quite amazing, isn't it, how far and how much you have to train, as you do know. Absolutely. And you competed for Team GB, of course. And it's been no medals on the table for GB. I've been watching and I've been hoping. Could we see them grab a medal anytime soon, possibly?
They just haven't quite pulled it out the bag yet, have they? No. But there's loads left to go. And we're getting to the stage of the Olympics now where the medals start to come in. There's been lots of qualifying rounds and heats of different races, but now we're starting to see the medal races happen. So tonight we've got Matt Weston in the skeleton, which he's gone in, he's done 2 track records, not 1 but 2. So yeah, good hopes for him.
And what I also think is the curling always gets people very excited when it comes to Team GB. Any hopes of a medal there, possibly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think they're just trying to keep us on the edge of our seats because they're going in really strong. They've already beaten Sweden, who are the leaders. And we did lose today against Italy, but it doesn't matter. We go in tomorrow to the next round, so we've still got lots of hope.
Oh, fingers crossed,
yes,
definitely.
Fingers crossed.
And let's talk about Chao Gayon, who became the first South Korean female athlete to win gold. And this was a surprise. She snatched it from the young American, who, of course, got that 4 years ago.
Yeah, well, this is Korea's first snow medal ever.
Wow.
So, and she's only 17 years old, and she fell in the first two legs, and she injured herself as well. She injured herself in the first round, and then she just saved it all for the third, I think, and absolutely smashed it.
Incredible,
Yeah.
isn't it?
There's lots more to see from her.
Yeah, that will be really interesting. We'll have to wait to see how that all happens. And what about the French ice skaters? Because I've been hearing a lot about them. They've been causing a bit of a stir on social media. They won gold, but they actually haven't been appearing for a very long time. And there's been some controversy, hasn't there, about them beating the US team and how the points were counted. But what do we know?
There's a few people who have disagreed with the points, for sure. And they, like you said, they haven't been together very long. So they've both been athletes their entire lives, but they've only been together since January 25, so just last year. And she didn't even get French citizenship until November. So she wasn't eligible to even compete for France until November. So, and I think with this sport, there's so much intricacy. There's so much chemistry, every look, every move, every feel. So to have that and to win gold when only being together for such a short amount of time is quite incredible.
And you can't buy chemistry, can you? And I think when you watch them, they definitely have it. And that's something so lovely. And also, there's been a lot in the news when it comes to the Winter Olympics off, you know, where they are competing. And give us an update on this Ukrainian skeleton racer. He was disqualified, of course, for featuring images of fallen athletes on his helmet. He has now appealed that decision. He obviously, very sadly, couldn't compete because of that decision. What more do we know?
It's really, really unfortunate, and I think he's been extremely brave to take this stance, knowing that he would be disqualified. So he was pre-warned that if he wore this helmet, he was allowed to wear it in other areas, but just not in the actual state of play, so not in his race. But he decided that that was more important to him than his Olympic race. So to sacrifice that for a cause that is bigger than sport, ultimately. So, yeah, very, very brave of him. He has appealed to the Court of Arbitration. But even if this gets overturned, and I really do hope that it does, he still won't be competing. I think it will just be more of a statement rather than being actually able to compete, because the competition has already advanced, so they won't rerun the Olympics. But I think taking away his accreditation, which has been reinstated, but stopping him from being trackside and being able to support his teammates, I think is extremely unfair.
And it's so interesting, isn't it, how politics plays into sport. And we always have that debate when it comes to every Olympics, that they should be kept separate. But we've clearly seen this here.
It's a huge platform. It's this huge platform for these people. And like you said, it's an extremely important issue, and to him, more important than winning a medal.
Fascinating. And the story that I think I loved the most this week is the Norwegian biathlete who obviously came out and he had confessed that he had cheated on his girlfriend. He cried, begged for forgiveness, and the whole world was like, what's happening? What more do we know?
I mean, she should run for the hills. Absolutely run for the hills. Well, she made an anonymous statement back, actually, saying that she didn't choose to be put into the limelight. She didn't want that. I mean, he's humiliating her on a global scale. What was he thinking? And also detracting attention away from his teammate that actually won the gold medal.
And that's what I was thinking about. All of this, what does that mean for his team? Does it put them in an awkward situation too?
Well, it means that his teammate didn't get the limelight and recognition that he would have deserved. On that day, he wins Olympic golds, and everybody's talking about this guy cheating on his girlfriend.
I mean,
what's it got to do with the Olympics?
And I also thought that, like, has he gone a bit mad? Like, what's actually happened here?
I don't think it was a smart move. Well, he's since apologised for doing all that in the first place, but, you know, too little, too late.
And just a final thought, what you're looking forward to watching this weekend coming? What should we all be watching on our screens?
Well, I'll be watching Matt Weston tonight in The Skeleton
so
because...
I looked at The Skeleton and
Yes.
you go 80 kilometres per hour, head first. What possesses people to do that?
I mean, it is white-knuckle stuff.
Yeah.
Head first, that kind of speed, just on a tray with no protection around you. I mean, it really is daredevil. I mean, the Winter Olympics, so much of it is extreme sport. But yeah, they're incredible, really fast, really powerful athletes. So Matt Weston for sure. And then tomorrow we have my sport, short track speed skating. The men's 1500 goes all the way through to the final event, so to the gold medal race. And we have our British athlete in there, Niall Tracy. So I'll be watching and cheering him on as well.
OK, I will definitely watch those. I know The Skeleton just seems absolutely mad. But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Sarah Lindsay, great to have you on the show. A reminder of our top stories. Reports that a second US aircraft carrier is on its way to the Middle East as Trump weighs up military action on Iran. The BNP win a landslide victory in the Bangladeshi elections following the Gen Z uprising. And rolling back on major climate change policies, Trump ditches the Obama-era greenhouse gas ruling, promising cheaper cars for American consumers. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye and happy Valentine's Day tomorrow.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The press was still dominated by the widening fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein files, with new political, financial and royal shockwaves on both sides of the Atlantic. From Washington funding brinkmanship to fresh charges in Norway and high-profile resignations on Wall Street, the scandal continues to reverberate through institutions. We'll also look at growing transatlantic tensions over defence spending and the political fallout unfolding in the UK. US headlines still focused on the fallout from the Epstein files, with controversy over the Justice Department tracking lawmakers' searches and fresh institutional repercussions, including a high-profile resignation at Goldman Sachs. In Washington, a partial Homeland Security shutdown loomed as funding talks collapsed over immigration enforcement disputes. Meanwhile, foreign policy tensions simmered, with the Pentagon pressing European allies to boost defense efforts and Congress rebuking Trump's Canada tariffs. We'll start with the Epstein files as Newsweek covers fresh controversy over the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files after it admitted logging lawmakers' searches of redacted documents. The piece explains the DOJ says the tracking is meant to prevent the release of sensitive victim information. However, Democrats have condemned it as spying on Congress and an intrusion into oversight powers. The piece concludes the dispute adds to mounting criticism of the administration's transparency and could prompt an Inspector General review. The New York Times reports that former Norwegian Prime Minister Thorbjorn Jagland has been charged with gross corruption over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. It details how police searched his properties after the Council of Europe waived his diplomatic immunity, clearing the way for prosecution. Newly released emails show a close relationship between the two men, raising concerns about gifts, travel, and possible financial benefits linked to Jagland's public roles. The piece situates the charge within a wider national reckoning as more Norwegian figures face scrutiny. The Wall Street Journal reports that Goldman Sachs General Counsel Catherine Ruemmler will step down after newly released Epstein files revealed she maintained close contact with Jeffrey Epstein through his 2019 arrest. The piece details friendly emails, luxury gifts, her being named a backup executor in his will, raising reputational concerns inside the bank. Now, while Goldman had long defended her, the latest disclosures intensify pressure. The report frames her resignation as another high-profile fallout from the widening Epstein scandal. The Economist examines 1.4 million emails drawn from the newly released Justice Department files on Jeffrey Epstein, offering the most detailed map yet of his vast network. Using AI tools to analyze the archive, the piece identified hundreds of prominent correspondents across finance, academia, politics, tech, and also media, including billionaires, former officials, and cultural figures. It notes that while most emails are mundane, a small but troubling subset contains sexualized exchanges, references to girls, and efforts to avoid records. The piece points out how closely powerful figures were linked to Epstein and how heavy redactions and missing details in the files are keeping questions alive and adding to public suspicion. The Washington Post reports that a partial government shutdown is looming after Congress failed to reach a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. The report recounts how Senate Democrats blocked Republican proposals demanding tighter restrictions on federal immigration agents, while Republicans accused them of playing politics. It also notes that if no agreement is indeed reached, agencies, including the TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard, will be affected, with thousands of employees forced to work without pay as negotiations stall. Politico reveals that House Republicans leaders have barred lawmakers from attending the Munich Security Conference as part of an official delegation due to the looming Homeland Security shutdown. The report highlights how Speaker Mike Johnson's office cancelled official travel, leaving members who still plan to attend to arrange private accreditation. It also notes the move breaks with long-standing bipartisan participation in the summit and also highlights how Washington's funding standoff is now spilling into high-level transatlantic diplomacy. In the UK, the Epstein files were still wreaking havoc in government and the monarchy. The Times focuses on Buckingham Palace distancing King Charles from Prince Andrew's £12 million settlement with Virginia Giuffre. The piece cites a source close to the king who denied claims he contributed £1.5 million, with reports suggesting most funds came as a loan from the late Queen and from Prince Philip's estate. The piece also highlights renewed pressure on Andrew as Gordon Brown urges police to question him over trafficking allegations, while Thames Valley Police assesses whether to launch a full criminal investigation. The Telegraph traces Ghislaine Maxwell's journey from privileged daughter of media tycoon Robert Maxwell to convicted sex trafficker and key accomplice to Jeffrey Epstein. It actually argues that her upbringing under a domineering, emotionally distant father shaped a lifelong need for powerful male approval. Now, after her father's financial empire collapsed, Epstein filled the void, offering wealth, status, and security. The piece portrays Maxwell not as a bystander, but as an active recruiter and enforcer, central to the abuse network and described by victims as even more ruthless than Epstein himself. The Independent reports on newly released emails suggesting Sarah Ferguson sought financial advice and employment from Jeffrey Epstein during and after his 2008 jail term. The report talks about messages that appear to show the former Duchess of York discussing £6 million in debts and also consulting Epstein about a proposed £10 million deal, and later asking him for a job, saying she desperately needed money. The piece notes there is no suggestion of wrongdoing, but highlights renewed scrutiny over royal links to Epstein. The Independent also reported that Sir Jim Ratcliffe partially apologized after claiming Britain had been colonized by migrants, remarks that sparked political and sporting backlash. The report notes that Ratcliffe still defended raising concerns about immigration and also economic growth, while expressing regret for any offence caused. The piece highlights criticism from Keir Starmer, Andy Burnham, and anti-racism groups, as well as scrutiny from the Football Association over potential reputational damage to the game, underscoring the wider fallout for Manchester United's co-owner. And we'll end with The Guardian, which reports on a blunt warning from the Pentagon's policy chief, Elbridge Colby, that European NATO members must take primary responsibility for their own conventional defence. The piece indeed quotes Colby, who was speaking in Brussels, saying the US intends to reduce its true presence in Europe while remaining committed to NATO and its nuclear umbrella. The piece frames his remarks as part of a broader Trump administration pivot towards China, highlighting mounting pressure on Europe to translate higher defense spending into real combat capability. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
Before his death, Jeffrey Epstein had a partner, and it wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell. Meet Karina Shuliak, the Belarusian woman he was reportedly planning to marry, and according to records, was Epstein's last phone call before his death in August 2019. Her name appears 45,000 times in the 3 million documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice on January 30th. Yet, she remains far less known than Maxwell. 2 days before his death, Epstein signed the 1953 trust, leaving Shuliak $100 million, including $50 million up front. The will also granted her a 33-carat diamond ring, 48 more diamonds, as well as various properties, including his New Mexico ranch, his Paris apartment on Avenue Foch, and the famous Little St. James Island. Maxwell, well, she was named too, but for only $10 million. However, Shuliak is unlikely to see that fortune. The U.S. government has frozen the Epstein estate to compensate victims who have already received over $121 million. Documents also show Epstein funded her Columbia University dental studies, helped her family move to the U.S., and supported her path to citizenship. But here's the big question. What did she know? Well, a whole lot, it seems. Documents describe Shuliak as a central figure in Epstein's inner circle, managing his schedule, handling high-profile contacts, having earned her the nickname the Inspector. While she has not been charged with any crime, her proximity to Epstein is now raising fresh scrutiny. Today, little is known about her exact whereabouts. She's believed to be living in New York City, and so far, prosecutors do not appear to be actively pursuing her, even as major questions about her role continue to linger.
Welcome back to our special coverage here on Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, globally, as countries consider increasing their national spending on defence, one particular sector that is garnering a lot of attention is the maritime sector, not least because of recent attacks on undersea cables and also the increased military focus in the Arctic. So we are pleased to welcome the CEO of Europe's largest shipbuilder, Fincantieri, Pier Roberto Folgiero. Thanks for being with us here.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. First of all, start by highlighting what you see are the important strategic relationships between your company, between Europe and the Gulf region.
I think that Europe and Middle East has a lot in common. In particular, Italians, as good, I would say, Southern Europeans, are quite accustomed to strengthen and, I would say, expand relationship in any industrial sense. And I think that this is the era of defense. So it's time for defense company of Italy to get along as much as possible with Middle East companies.
Tell me about the partnerships and the collaborations you have, particularly with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I know they are looking through Vision 2030 to localise a lot of their defence. How does that open up new opportunities for you, for example?
Let me say, this is the DNA of Fincantieri. If you compare Fincantieri with the other shipbuilder, we have a characteristic to be regionalized and localized, very far from home. So we have 18 shipyards all over the world, from the far west to the far east. We are in the region of Great Lakes in the United States. We are in Brazil. We are in Middle East. We have 8 shipyards in Italy, 3 in Norway, 2 in Romania, an important presence in India, and a large shipyard in Vietnam. So when it comes to building ships, complicated ships, including the naval ships, we have a lot to say. And we are very interested in what is happening in Saudi. First of all, because Saudi is and will be more and more one of the most prominent defense spender in the world. 2, because it is requiring a localization and strategic collaboration, which is exactly what we do for a living since many, many years.
There are reports that the Kingdom is in talks with Fincantieri to procure attack submarines. Is there anything you can comment on with regards to that?
Well, let me say, the beauty of Fincantieri is that we have a long list of very well-proven platforms, including submarines, that we've developed for our Navy. The Italian Navy is a very strong one. I would say one of the first at NATO level. So in this specific moment, we are offering a strategic collaboration on this list of very well-proven platforms, including submarines, which is something we have been doing and we've been producing since many, many years.
The Red Sea increasingly is a critical arterial for global trade. How do you assess potential challenges and opportunities to meet those particular threats in the Red Sea region?
That's a very good point, because what we are experiencing is that not only this is the era of shipbuilding, but this is also the era of underwater. So there are a lot of underestimated threats for the critical infrastructure. So Fincantieri is putting together an unconventional offering, so made of drones, unmanned drones, acoustic barriers, command and control systems, so a set of solutions that can be, let me say, a new way to take care and monitor and patrol the key coastal critical areas. And we believe that this approach is fitting very well with the Red Sea, I would say, clear requirements.
I mean, the attack on undersea cables that we have seen across Europe is really a new frontier for warfare. Do you consider then Fincantieri to be at the forefront, at the cutting edge of that level of defence?
Let me say Europe and the Mediterranean Sea in particular is being a gigantic lab for new solutions for the underwater. I don't know if you know that the Mediterranean Sea is not the largest sea in the world, but is the most congested in terms of kilometers of cable, criticalities of telecom cables, seabed mining in the longer term, all the way to commercial applications of those solutions, so protection of oil and gas infrastructure. So basically Fincantieri is testing on the requirements of the Italian Navy new solutions, unconventional solutions made of drones, again made of sonars, new telecom systems that are fitting very well the shallow waters and the other requirements of the Red Sea.
Just finally, if we turn our attentions back particularly to Europe, you've commented recently that you'd like to see greater harmony in design in Europe's shipbuilding industry. Can you tell me why that is of concern to you?
Come on, Europe has to grow its industrial defense base, and Europe has to grow its spending inside NATO. So Europe is expected to be a pillar of NATO in the short, medium and long term, but at the same time has to have its own defense industrial base. So what we are saying in shipbuilding is that the ship is a platform, so it will be very, very advantageous to share requirements as much as possible and achieve defragmentation on the ship of the future. So that's why we are working on a ship that is called European Patrol Corvette, which is a corvette that can at the same time align the requirement of Italy, the requirement of Spain, the requirement of France, and the rest of Europe. So we don't need to build a corvette for every nation, but you can share the platform as much as possible. It's a way to spend more, but also to spend better at the same time, because defragmentation is not only interoperability and interchangeability, that are two very important topics, but is also a way to optimize the cost. And we have the duty in front of the taxpayer to exploit any possible synergy at continental level. That's it.
Spending wisely is at the forefront of countries' minds.
Sure.
CEO of Fincantieri, Pierroberto Folgiero, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Cheers, sir. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, a delegation from the International Monetary Fund is in Beirut for talks on how to address Lebanon's economic crisis. Their message has been consistent and clear. No financial assistance without major reforms. We'll ask the Lebanese Finance Minister Yassin Jabber how the talks are going and whether his country has turned the corner. Plus, as Iran marks the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, President Trump repeats his warning: make a deal with the United States or face, quote, something very tough. We'll examine how events might unfold and ask how might the visiting Israeli Prime Minister influence his hosts in Washington today. Hello and welcome to the programme. Technical discussions are underway at the Ministry of Finance in Beirut between the Lebanese government and the International Monetary Fund. This as the IMF weighs up how to help the country address its economic crisis, which has seen poverty levels amongst the Lebanese people shooting up. Well, the IMF has previously been very clear with its messaging: no financial assistance without reform, significant economic reform. Well, one of the IMF demands is that Lebanon tackles corruption. But in the latest Corruption Perceptions Index, that's a report by Transparency International, Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, suggesting that a lot still needs to be done. Well, let's find out more now about how the talks with the IMF are going and what progress has been made with regards to the Lebanese economy. We can speak now to Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jabber, who joins us from Beirut. Minister, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You've been in office since February of last year. You're part of Prime Minister Nawaf Salam's Reform and Rescue government. And we've reached a really key moment, haven't we? Because the IMF is there in Beirut. How are the talks going?
Well, quite well, quite well. It's not the first time here. They've been here a few times since we took over. And actually, they are present in Beirut permanently because they do have an office in Beirut, a permanent office. And we're constantly in touch with them. We just don't wait for a few months to meet them, you know. We're constantly in touch with them, either through their office in Beirut or virtually, or we have met them in Davos, we've met them in Dubai, in Washington. So the relationship is ongoing, and these meetings and negotiations are ongoing. Now they're here for a visit for the week, and they have been visiting various departments in the Ministry of Finance, in the Banque de Liban, Central Bank of Lebanon, and they also meet the private sector. And I could say that, yeah, we're making progress, as we go on with our reforms and as we go on with, getting a better fiscal discipline and getting things in order. We've managed this year in 2025 to achieve a primary surplus in our budget, which is a good indication of the reforms that are taking place. So, yes, the final meetings with them on the higher level will be starting tomorrow and Friday. But the staff meetings are ongoing all the time.
Okay, so it sounds like the Lebanese economy...
We met actually also, may I add, sorry?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I said we also met in Davos, Mrs. Georgieva, the chair of the IMF. It was a good meeting, and she had a small interview a couple of days ago, and she also indicated that things are moving forward quite nicely.
It sounds as though the Lebanese economy has started to turn the corner, I think it's fair to say, judging from what you're saying and looking at the latest indicators. But you've been quoted as saying this IMF delegation visit comes at a critical time. And there have been lots of critical moments for Lebanon. Why is this such a critical time?
Because we are hoping to come to a conclusion. We have to come to the beginning of an agreement. So it's critical because it's very important to make every effort to make this visit successful. And also, as you know, I say these things not only for international reasons, I say them also for local reasons, because also, as you know, there's a lot of demands for wage increase, for more expenditure. And I always say, listen, guys, you know, we are moving forward, we are improving our revenues, etc. But we have to be very careful on the decisions we take. We cannot, you know, make any fast decisions or quick decisions without really calculating very well what are the consequences. So just from the point of view of, you know, making people aware of that we are actually, you know, as you said, you know, about to turn a corner. So we want to make sure we turn it, you know, positively, and we turn it carefully.
Okay, so it sounds like there's been a fragile recovery. I think that's how some economists are describing what's happened since the technocratic government came to power at the beginning of last year. What sort of growth are you expecting for 2026, and which sectors of the economy are showing most promise?
Well, actually, you know, before talking about that, I just want to remind everybody, your audience, and that you have to always look at the from a point of view of where did Lebanon come from since 6 years. I mean, we have had 6 years in hell. We've had a banking crisis. We've had a default on our foreign debt. We've had an explosion that wrecked, you know, the center of the city of Beirut and the port. We've had COVID like everyone else, but then we're followed by political vacuum, and then we had the war. Well, I mean, we're hoping that it will be a good year, around 4 or 5% growth. I think the industrial sector is doing well. Tourism is doing well. The Lebanese diaspora, they're sending remittances back home. They're visiting. There's a lot of, you know, possibilities of new investment. Construction is also doing well. And we are starting a program of, you know, private-public partnerships. So we're starting with some assets, public assets, like an airport in the north, which has just been announced as a PPP project, and it drew quite good interest. We had about 27 companies, you know, showing interest to take part of that project. There's a lot of projects lined up. We're also starting to pump money in some parts of reconstruction in the infrastructure in parts of the country that were, you know, kind of either destroyed or damaged by the recent attacks last year and the year before. So there is actually a good, you know, good prospects for the coming year, 2026.
That's good to hear, because it's been a horrendous time for the Lebanese people. Large swathes of the population have been plunged into poverty. And for many savers, they've not been able to access their bank deposits for more than 6 years. Now, draft legislation is on the table to try to change that situation. A very basic question: when will the first of the small depositors be able to access their money in the bank?
Most of these, you know, depositors for the past years have been getting some money out, you know, up to, they can get, they started with $400, now they're getting up to $1,000 and so on. But this is not a solution. So this government decided to really put a permanent solution for this crisis that has happened, as you said, 6 years ago. So we introduced this draft of the law that will provide a roadmap of how to get off the mess we got ourselves into in 2019. So the important issue in actually what we want to do is, first of all, try to get rid of the cash economy, which became normal because of the banking crisis. So we want the banks to be back in the economy, operating and trusted by the public. We are going to be providing, you know, a solution through the central bank for the depositors. In the first 4 years, all depositors, all accounts under $100,000 will be paid in full, and that's about 85% of the depositors will be getting their money back in full in 4 years. And then there's a roadmap for the rest. those over 100,000, they will get their first 100,000 with others, and then the rest will be paid in installments between 5 up to 20 years, depending on the amount. But they will be provided with asset-backed securities from the Central Bank of Lebanon. So they will be in a much better state than they are at the moment, because at the moment, a depositor doesn't know what's the state of his bank. We are going to be auditing all the banks, we're going to be auditing the central bank, and we are going to be requiring all the banks to really recapitalize, and those who can't recapitalize will have to either merge or call it a day. So the law, hopefully when it comes out, will help, start putting things on track to get out of the mess we got ourselves into back in 2019.
Now, in terms of the talks that are taking place with the IMF and that delegation that's in town, the timing is interesting because we've just got the latest Corruption Perceptions Index figures, which are published by Transparency International. Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, indicating severe public sector corruption. How is that going to be stamped out, Minister?
And it's, if we weren't in that place, do you think we will have such a crisis? I mean, yeah, there was a lot of corruption that took place, and that corruption helped Lebanon get into the mess it got itself into. Of course, I mean, this government took over exactly almost a year, on the 8th of February 2025. During this year, a lot of changes are taking place. And I think if you ask anybody in Lebanon, he can assure you that this year there was a lot of improvement in the environment of doing business and trying to eliminate corruption. There will be more and more effort. Plus, the judiciary is now starting to move on to open the files of corruption. There are ex-ministers who are now being charged with corruption and asked to pay millions of dollars back for things that they have done. There's one of the ministers went to jail, the other flew the country. So there is an effort to really make sure that things do change. We are also, sending, dealing with tax evasion. I'm sending them to court. I mean, there's a lot of effort now in every part of doing business in Lebanon. In customs, for example, we're stamping on. A lot of people are going to jail if they prove to be corrupt. So there's a big effort at the moment, and we hope, fingers crossed, that things can move forward and make things much better. Hopefully, I hope that in the coming year or two, we will be much up on the scale that you just mentioned.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that. Now, you've been quoted as saying that Lebanon needs stability in order to attract investment. Now, that stability is contingent on your neighbor Israel. It's contingent on Hezbollah. Now, the United States wants to see progress with regards to disarming Hezbollah and cutting off funding for Hezbollah. And yet, a new gold exchange, a gold exchange has been identified by the Americans. It's called Jud Sal. It's part of the Al-Qard Al-Hassan, which is suspected of facilitating Iranian financial assistance to Hezbollah. What is the Lebanese government doing to ensure that all mechanisms of this kind are fully cut off?
Well, as you know, I mean, the central bank is introducing a lot of KYC measures on all financial institutions. Yes, I agree with you that we need stability. And unfortunately, the perception, as I said in the beginning of my interview, the perception abroad is that Lebanon still has kind of instability, especially in the south of the country.
Okay, we appear to have had a bit of trouble with the line there, but we'd like to thank Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jaber, for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
In Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you for joining me. As you know, there are ongoing talks between the U.S. and Iran taking place right now. The Ayatollah Khomeini came into power in 1979 and committed the original sin of taking 52 U.S. embassy staff hostage. And for 47 years, this regime has been chanting death to America while having the blood of Americans on their hands. What is the Trump administration's understanding of the nature of this regime, and what do you believe is hoped to be achieved through negotiations?
Well, I think the hope for negotiations is that maybe a war could be averted. Whether that's going to happen, I don't know. It's hard to say. The Iranians have never shown any sense of civilized behavior in 47 years when it comes to being reasonable. They've funded proxy groups around the world. Many Americans have been murdered because of it. Thousands of others across the planet are the victims of Iranian assassination attempts, including President Trump. So I don't think that anybody is, wanting to think that Iran is going to quickly fold, but they have a chance, and this is their last chance, and they're going to have to decide, do they want to survive? Because I think it's been very clear from President Trump, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, they're not going to have enriched uranium, and they're not going to be able to store a large measure of ballistic missiles, the likes of which they are using to try to kill people. So it's their decision. But if they choose not to negotiate in good faith, not to come to a conclusion about their future, then their future may get decided for them.
How important is the non-nuclear file to your U.S. negotiators right now, to our negotiators? How important are the terror proxies and the Iranian oppression of their own people? How important are those other issues?
Well, they're pretty important. In fact, they're real important. The president has said that the torture and the murder of many of their citizens, we don't even know how many. Everyone thinks it's at least 6,000, 7,000. Some reports up to 35,000 people that have been murdered by the Iranian government and the regime. The tragedy of that is that the Iranian people deserve better. They're wonderful people. It's not that the entire population is crazy, but they have a government that's crazy. And that government for 47 years has been saying death to America, along with death to Israel. One of the challenges we have, Ellie, is that we've got a lot of Americans who think that this doesn't have anything to do with us. And they really have not been paying attention for 47 years. If the Iranians had a long-range ballistic missile, I assure you they would have already lit it up against the United States. They shoot them off as far as they can go. This is an aggressive nation. One of their proxies, Hezbollah, is in 12 Central and South American nations, including Venezuela. Think about that. Americans may think they're far away from this. They're not very far at all. It's in the Western Hemisphere. And we don't know how many Hezbollah agents may have slipped across the U.S. border during the time when Joe Biden opened the border up and didn't take names of anybody coming in. Are they sleeper cells ready to be ordered to attack and do terrorist activities in the United States? We don't really know. So this threat is global. It always has been. It's just that a lot of people pretended that they didn't listen very carefully to what the Iranians were saying.
Well, Ambassador, you bring up a good point, and as somebody who was born in Iran, I couldn't agree with you more about the seriousness and the global nature of the Iranian threat. However, some would argue that in Washington there's been almost a traumatic response to America's history in intervention in Iraq, and there's almost an allergy to the notion of regime change. What's your response to that, and in particular in terms of Trump administration policy?
I think the president certainly is not for nation building. He does not think it is the responsibility of the United States to go in and take down a nation and then take over the building of that nation back up. That was a big mistake that the U.S. made in Iraq and Afghanistan. It didn't work out very well. I think what President Trump is looking at is how can he help the Iranian people move for their own future? That's what really he's been talking about, is that they have a right to self-determine. He said the same thing about people in Gaza. They ought to be able to leave if they want to, stay if they want to. The people of Iran ought to be able to have some say in whether they're going to remain thirsty and hungry. This regime has taken the money that would have built a great country, and instead they've used it to finance terror activities around the world. And when their people speak up against it, they get murdered, they get shot. I know people here in Jerusalem. One gentleman in particular has family in Iran. 4 members of his family have been shot during this process. They're still alive, thank God. But that just gives you some idea that if every family in Iran has people who have been shot or chased or put in prison over the protest, it's probably more extensive than the reported numbers really say. And I think the world has a responsibility to stand with these people who just simply want to have their lives given back to them. I can remember, Ellie, when the Persian culture was the most enviable culture on the planet in fashion, music, medicine, art, antiquities. There was just nothing quite like the Iranian culture and the magnificence of the Iranian people. I have a feeling that there are a number of them, even younger ones who weren't there 47 years ago, who would love to see a revival of the nation that Iran once was and that it could be again.
Well, yeah, and again, Ambassador, as someone who was born in Iran, I agree with you incredibly so. Looking at the youth from Iran, they very much are hoping for American intervention right now, and this is something that we hear on social media a lot, people asking for President Trump and the United States right now to intervene. So my last question on the topic of Iran is, how optimistic are you that the Iranian regime will take this branch of negotiation and the ability to salvage their country right now?
I try to remind people that, I was America first from the beginning, but America first, and Donald Trump's the only one who gets to really define what it is, but it's never been America only. America first simply means that all of us, me included, put America first. That means that our primary interest is what's good for America. In this case, what's good for America is the partnership that we have with Israel. They reflect our values. They reflect our core of Western civilization, but we also share intelligence, military hardware, many things with the Israelis that are mutually beneficial, sometimes even more beneficial to America than maybe America is beneficial to Israel, though a lot of Americans would never understand that. Big picture is this. We have an obligation, first and foremost, to our American citizens, but there are 700,000 American citizens living in Israel. So part of the reason that Israel matters to America is because there's so many of Americans who are here, more than in any other country outside the U.S. other than Mexico, which is pretty remarkable if you think that there are more Americans in Israel than there are in Canada, the UK, Spain, Italy, France, Japan, Germany, any of our larger allies. So you bet it matters, but it matters also because every enemy of Israel is an enemy of the United States. Whoever is targeting Israel to take them down has always said that if they are able to annihilate Israel, America is next.
Couldn't agree with you more, sir. Ambassador Huckabee, you are the first Baptist minister, and I believe Christian Zionist, to be appointed as a United States ambassador to Israel. How do you view the U.S.-Israel relationship, especially in light of what seems to be a potentially growing neo-isolationist camp within the Republican Party itself?
Ellie, I hope they do it. I'll be very honest. There's a selfish part of me that says the reason I hope they do it, because if they don't, and we have another war, I'm going to be right in the middle of it. I'd just soon pass. Did that last year, saw it all, experienced it, don't really want to go through it again. But on the other hand, if that's what it's going to take to free the people of Iran and give them their future and let them let go of a very, very violent past and get rid of this regime, if that's what it's going to take to get rid of the proxies that are conducting terror activities all over the world, then it may be the only thing that will bring some realignment and stability, not just to the Middle East, but really to the whole planet.
Are you concerned, though, to see some of the statistics which point to perhaps less support for Israel among American youth and even from within the conservative movement?
I really am, and I hope it's more loud than it is large, but it is of great concern to me because it shows that people are getting their news and their information from TikTok or maybe from Twitter rather than getting it from decent, viable research that comes from understanding what the issues are and how it would affect America if Israel were to collapse. For that matter, how does it affect America if Iran gets stronger? How does it affect America if all these other Gulf states get attacked by Iran? There's a real naivete among people who say, none of that matters to me. It doesn't affect me. It's like saying my neighbor's house is burning down, but it won't affect me. Well, that is until the embers of that burning home come to your roof and burn your house down. And people are just needing to wake up and understand that we don't have to fight other people's wars. Israel has never asked us to fight a war for them. Americans have never put one boot on the ground to fight for Israel. So it's not that we are engaging in someone else's problem. It is that we are recognizing that the threat to Israel is also a threat to the United States and to every citizen in it.
Ambassador, in perhaps a historical first during the 12-day war, President Trump shared with the world your text message to him in which you told the president that God had spared his life so that he could become the, quote, most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. And it seems your message indeed got through to President Trump. Why do you believe that is?
You know, it was a personal message. I never thought it would go anywhere other than to him. And I got a response almost immediately when I sent it, which, you know, I thought, well, that's good. He's really paying attention to what I sent him. And he said, thank you. I've read it over and again, and it really has touched me. And the next thing I know, I mean, within a few minutes after I received that from him, I started getting responses and hits on my text and email from people I hadn't heard from in years from all over the world. And they said, I just read what you sent to President Trump. And I'm scratching my head saying, how did you read it? I didn't send it to you. I sent it to him, and I didn't post it anywhere. And then I realized he had posted it on social media, and it had gone viral. It was a personal message to him, but it really was to express my confidence that I didn't need to give him advice. I did believe, and still do believe, that God spared him for, as Esther would say, such a time as this. But I also believe that he would reach deep within his own heart. He would find the right decision. I wasn't trying to tell him or urge him or advise him. He didn't need that. He just needed to know that those of us who worked for him and were serving at his pleasure did so with great confidence in his judgment. And I feel like that judgment that we believed in and our confidence in it was well placed because he made the right decision at the right moment, and it did have consequential effects.
Oh, absolutely. It was a historic moment, and I remember it quite well myself, the virality of it all. Ambassador, if we could turn to Gaza, when you look at the plans for New Gaza revealed at Davos recently by former senior advisor to the president and son-in-law Jared Kushner, what do you think the Trump vision for Gaza is, and is the expectation to achieve this vision within this Trump presidency?
It could be. I mean, it's going to take some time to see the vision that Jared Kushner put forth, but I think it's an important vision because some people would say, oh, if Gaza would just end up being a bunch of tents sitting on top of rubble. Well, I don't think anybody aspires that would be the greatest aspiration for its future. So the idea of giving the people of Gaza a sense of hope and optimism, honestly, to say this is what you could have been all along. I've often said Gaza could have been Singapore, but Hamas turned it into Haiti. What a shame. The billions upon billions of dollars that was sent to them were squandered by Hamas to build tunnels of terror so they could murder Jews and create havoc to the world. People forget Gaza's a little place. It's the size of Las Vegas, but they built a tunnel system that's larger than the London Underground, not to move children from one school to the other or people to get to hospitals. They built that tunnel system to store weapons of destruction, to harbor people they had kidnapped, and to be able to escape the consequences of their terrorist activities. What a shame.
Yeah, absolutely. And you raise Hamas. We saw this week progress with President Trump's plan to end the Gaza war with the reopening of the Rafah crossing between the enclave and Egypt. So clearly there's a lot of progress being made, but difficult questions remain unaddressed, including whether Hamas will disarm. What are the options available to the president on that front?
I think it's fair to say the president has never wavered. He's said it over and again. Hamas will disarm, they will demilitarize, and they will have no future in Gaza. I don't think he could be more clear or more consistent than that. It'd be very difficult for me to tell you exactly how that's going to be done or when it's going to be done or who's going to do it. But I think I can say with some level of extreme confidence it will be done. If for no other reason that President Trump is not a person who offers empty threats. He makes promises and he keeps them. This is a promise. People forget that every Arab nation signed onto the peace agreement, which was historic in itself and remarkable that that happened. And Hamas agreed that they would disarm. Now all the hostages are back. The one big piece that is still left on the table to move forward is for Hamas to lay down their arms and to give up any hope that they're going to have a role in governing Gaza. Things are moving forward even without that, but there's a limit on how far they can move, and that's why I think that the time is running out and the clock is ticking, and Hamas needs to understand that the old poem, "For whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee."
Ambassador, we've also been hearing a bit of pushback from the Israelis on some of their security concerns, including which countries might be a part of security measures in Gaza. What is the Trump administration's response to Israel's concerns?
Well, they're very sensitive to it. They understand that Israel has a vested interest in making sure that they never, ever have another October 7th. And the best way they can do that is not letting people amass on their borders who either supported what happened then, would support it again, or might even help carry it out if they had the opportunity. And I'm not saying that there are nations that are wanting to be part of the international stabilization force that would do it, but Israel is going to exercise its right to protect itself. And it's going to be very careful about who it thinks that really should be even near protecting the future of Gaza. There'll be some disagreement. That's normal. There'll be some negotiation to get through it. But the U.S. is certainly going to be very, very sensitive to Israel's concerns. They're not going to just brush them off, because I'm not sure that we would brush off something like October the 7th. A lot of people may not really do the math on it. But if you took October the 7th and put it in America, rather than 1,200 people being murdered, massacred, and mutilated by these savages, it would be the equivalent of losing 40,000 Americans in one day. One day. And I asked myself, what would Americans do if we'd seen 40,000 of our fellow civilians, not soldiers, civilians, butchered like that? Well, I know what happened on 9/11 when less than 3,000 were murdered. We changed everything in the whole country of what we did and how we did it. So if that's any indication, multiply that by more than 10, and you get some idea of what the reaction would be had that happened to us. So I think that being a little patient with the Israelis and understanding where they're coming from on this is something America is not only ready and able to do, but understands it must do.
And on President Trump's Board of Peace, on an almost daily basis, we're hearing about more countries joining the board. Is it meant to replace the United Nations, as some reporting seems to indicate?
No, I don't think anybody is looking at it in that regard. Now, I'm not speaking as the representative of the U.S. I'm just speaking personally. If something could be better than the UN, it probably would be a good thing for the world. But that's not the point of the Board of Peace. The Board of Peace is to bring stability to Gaza and to create the framework through which Gaza can have a real future and its people can make decisions about their own personal future. Do they stay? Do they go? And if they stay, what is their role? Are they going to take jobs that will help rebuild? That's all a part of the calculus there.
And Ambassador, when we look at President Trump's first term, he upended a lot of the conventional thinking in the Middle East, from maximum pressure on Iran to the Abraham Accords. Given everything you've experienced in your first year as ambassador, what would you say is the single most important principle that should guide President Trump's Middle East policy in the rest of the term?
I think he's really outlined that it's a matter of looking for nations that want to bring normalization and a real peaceful existence, not just with Israel, but with each other. When I look at to me, one of the most admirable nations on earth, and that's the UAE. The Emiratis really are in many ways a template of how it ought to be. They have moved to a very peaceful position. They changed and created what I consider to be the most enviable curriculum for their school children, to create a real sense of what it means to live in a world and to be responsible neighbors. They built a great economy. They built an enormous partnership with Israel, and it's proven to be very lucrative for them financially. But also, think about the cultural exchanges that have happened between Israel and the Emiratis. I admire them so much, I can't even begin to tell you, because I feel like that they took a big risk. There was a lot of criticism toward them, but I think day after day and week after week, they prove that the idea of living in a neighborhood where they don't threaten Israel, they respect Israel, and they end up with the respect that Israel gives to them. And everybody wins and nobody loses. I think that's the world President Trump would love to see expand and grow and become really the model for the rest of the world.
And so how much of the Trump administration's foreign policy priority would you say those peace deals and normalization in the Middle East is?
It's a big part of it. This is an area of the world that has seen very little peace, even in my lengthy lifetime. And for the president to look at this area and see the same mistakes being made over and over, one thing I love about him, he doesn't just say, oh, okay, let's keep doing what we're doing because it's failed miserably, so let's do it again. He says, it's failed miserably, let's quit doing that. Let's do something completely unconventional. That's why I think he's such an effective president. But he also has his eye on China. He has his eye on Russia, Ukraine. He's already been in the middle of negotiating an end to nearly 8 wars across the planet. Some may wonder, how does he have time and energy to do all of these things? But he's really passionate about it. And I don't think people who have, maybe they haven't been around him, they don't understand that this is genuine on his part. He does not care for war. He does not like to see people, particularly innocent civilians, end up becoming the collateral damage in a war. He will do everything he can to avoid it. But he also, I will say to people, he is President Trump. He is not President Chump, and he will not be played a fool. So these countries that think they can just tinker with him and delay him and play games with him, I wouldn't recommend it. It doesn't end well.
Yes, and I think that the experience of Maduro in Venezuela is certainly testament to that. If we can pivot to Israel's north for just a few more minutes, Ambassador, of your time, when you look at Lebanon, how optimistic are you in seeing Hezbollah fully de-armed and disbanded as the Trump administration has demanded?
I'm really probably more optimistic than most people because I'm very close to it. I'm in the middle of dealing with pieces of that. And I can see that this could happen. Now, is it fragile? You bet it is. The big challenge is ramping up the capacity of the Lebanese armed forces, the LAF, and ramping down the power and influence of Hezbollah. If Iran and its regime were to collapse, then that means that the funnel of money and weaponry to Hezbollah collapses with it. It would accelerate the capacity of Lebanon to free itself, get out from under the shackles of this hideous snake of Hezbollah. That would be a wonderful thing. It would help move Lebanon forward. And I think that it's so important for people from the outside to look and say, the Lebanese really deserve better. They're beautiful people. They want to be free. They want their kids to grow up with a sense of security and safety. Israel does not want to take anything in the terms of real estate in southern Lebanon. They don't want it. They just want to protect themselves. So the faster that we can get to that place where Hezbollah isn't threatening Israelis on the north, Israel is able to pull back and just simply defend its own border, and that's it. And Lebanon will have freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of future, that they don't have as long as Hamas is there to take its ugly head and stick it into the life of the Lebanese people.
Yes, I think that history certainly proves that right. And final question on Syria. We are seeing a historic integration agreement between the Syrian government and the Kurdish-led SDF, effectively ending autonomous Kurdish rule and returning much of the northeast to Damascus control. From a U.S. strategic perspective, does this vindicate the Trump approach of less direct intervention? Or is it, as some would argue, a strategic defeat for the Kurds and a window for Iranian and Russian influence?
Well, I don't think anybody would be happy to see Iranian and other influences come into the region, certainly not in Syria. I really believe, if you look at this, that there's a push, and al-Shara is being told very clearly that there's a limit on the U.S. willingness to support his leadership, and it involves protecting these minorities, whether it's the Kurds, the Christians, the Alawites, or the Druze. So if he wants there to be Western support, and it appears he does, because that's his best path forward, then he's going to have to be diligent in showing good faith in protecting the minorities and begin to get control. I think he has command of the forces, may not have control of all the forces, and hopefully he will get both command and control, and that army will be responsive to what he orders them to do, and that includes protection of the minorities.
Well, and I think a lot of people in the region would be very happy to hear you say that, Ambassador. And so my last question is, U.S. forces, as you know, are reportedly beginning a drawdown from key installations in northeast Syria amid government gains and evolving ceasefires. Given simultaneous renewed U.S. air and drone strikes against ISIS remnants, how should U.S. policy balance a reduced footprint with preventing an ISIS resurgence? And what do you think the risk of a withdrawal poses to regional stability?
If there is increased activity as a result of any U.S. drawdown, I think it would be one that would be met with an extraordinary sense of displeasure, possibly even to the point of re-upping those troops back where they were. Nobody really wants that. Look, we'd all like for every country in the world to exercise its own sovereign will, to live the way it wants to. President Trump has said he's not trying to tell every other country what kind of government it's got to have and that it has to mirror ours. I think that's one of the smartest things the president has done. He has not said, look, everybody has to have a constitution like ours. Everybody has to do elections like we do. Everyone has to have a democracy. He's not said that. He said, look, people are free to determine their future. But you can't slaughter your own people and us stand by and do nothing. And especially if those people you're slaughtering are our allies and our friends and people that have been helpful to us, we simply are not going to abandon those people. So it's sort of in the hands of those, like in this case, al-Shara. He will make the decision as to what kind of future the people of Syria have. And let's hope he makes a good decision and that he can take leadership. He can shake off his past, which is, let's just say, not ideal, and can prove himself to be a new person leading a new country to a new and better future for all of its people.
Well, amen to that. And Ambassador, as you know, yesterday, President Trump joined the National Prayer Breakfast. He gave a real message of faith to the United States. And so I was wondering if, as a final thought, you might share your own thoughts on that topic.
Well, as you know, Ellie, I'm a person of faith. I believe that my life belongs to God. It's not mine. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve, but I'm also mindful that whatever I'm able to do in this earth is not because I've done something for God, it's that He has done something for me. And I always reflect that my hope to get to heaven is not because I say, God, look at what I've done for you, because I've done nothing for God that He needed. But I look at it and say, God, what you have done for me, and by your grace, you still, knowing everything there is to know about me, you still love me. And I find that remarkable. And it's why I cling to my faith as the center of my life.
Well, we're so grateful to you for joining us, Ambassador, and we'll hope to have you back again soon.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Great to be with you. Take care.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
A diplomatic standoff inches towards crisis. Iran has drawn a firm red line, declaring its ballistic missile capabilities non-negotiable in talks with the United States, a position that hasn't gone down very well in Jerusalem. As Washington and Tehran prepare for further negotiations, Israel is pushing the U.S. to broaden the agenda, including missiles and regional proxies. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington to press that case. With the U.S. beefing up its military presence in the region and no breakthrough yet in sight, the question hanging is, can diplomacy succeed, or is the region on the brink of a bigger confrontation? Coming up next on Counterpoints. As Washington flirts with the idea of a narrow nuclear deal with Tehran, alarm bells are ringing in Jerusalem. For Israel, an agreement that caps uranium enrichment but ignores Iran's ballistic missile program and leaves untouched its support for armed groups across the region isn't diplomacy, it's déjà vu. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to carry that warning straight to the White House on Wednesday, pressing Donald Trump not to settle for what Israel sees as a dangerously incomplete bargain. Iran sees any limitations on its missile program as an existential risk, given it has no other means to deter Israel from attacking the country without them. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll discuss whether Israel is trying to persuade the U.S. to take military action, whether Iran is weaker or stronger than it appears at this stage, and what exactly is causing an impasse in negotiations. And will there be a new deal? Joining us for tonight's discussion is Leigh Ann Polak-David, strategic consultant and former advisor at the Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and the Israeli National Security Council, Brandon Weichert, senior national security editor at 1945, and finally Kieran Andrew, political commentator and doctor of political economy. Welcome to Counterpoints. So Iran says its missile program is non-negotiable. Israel says missiles must be part of any deal. Negotiations continue, and now the Israeli Prime Minister is in Washington. Let's go straight to it. Leigh Ann, we're going to start with you. Why is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the U.S. right now? Is he trying to persuade President Donald Trump into a wider regional war?
Well, if a good deal was possible, then that would have been the ideal outcome. But unfortunately, this is probably not the case. President Trump still wants to get to a deal. He's, on one hand, laying out a credible military option on the table with all of the armada that has been sent over surrounding Iran. So that is on one hand, but on the other hand, he leaves still some flexibility or room for negotiation about a deal. He's a deal maker. He likes deals. He believes in deals. And potentially this is still on the table. But Netanyahu is bringing in the realistic perspective, which is it is highly unlikely that Iran will actually agree to a deal that not only Israel, but the entire Western world, I would say, and even the region can agree with. And that means that basically Netanyahu is there to both draw red lines, but also to think about what's next. What happens if the negotiation table fails? What does that actually mean? What is the flexibility that is there for all sides involved? And how do we prepare for that deal to fall, which is likely to be the case?
What do you think, Kieran? Do you think there's no prospects for a good deal here, that it's going to fall through?
I think we should cut right to the chase. This is a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, trying to plead with somebody who, let's be honest, let's cut the crap. Somebody who is trying to distract the American public from the fact that he is mentioned in lots and lots of files for cavorting with, at a moment in time in the past, a convicted paedophile. It is a war criminal consorting with a president, distracting from that, and attempting to create more conflagration in the region that has already experienced so much dislocation and violence because of the state of Israel. Iran is a country of 92 million people. It's a country that doesn't have a nuclear program. And it's being besieged by two countries that do have nuclear programs, one of which, Israel, doesn't confess to the world that it has a nuclear program. It's the only country in the world with a secret nuclear weapons program. It doesn't even have the backbone to fess up to it. So the idea that Iran, that this is somehow, we've come to the end of the road with negotiations and Iran must, either completely put up or shut up and accept bombing, it's a very, very, it's for the birds, and I think it's a very, very disquieting thesis. And I think, again, it comes from an individual who is responsible for war crimes and an individual who is trying to distract his public with any dust he can kick up in any direction at any time. And I think that anybody who thinks Israel and the United States are fair arbiters in this particular quarrel in the region need to get their head examined, frankly.
Brandon, I see you smiling there. What do you have to say?
Well, I appreciate the honesty. I think that ultimately the fact of the matter is I don't believe these negotiations were ever real. I think this was all a ruse. I know for a fact on January 15th, the president was prepared to initiate bombardment of Iran, and he was pulled back by the Saudis and the Qataris and the Turks because they said, hey, we're not going to be involved. If the Iranians unleash a missile barrage of epic proportions, which Iran will, at both U.S. bases in the region and Israel, we will not use our air defense systems to knock those missiles out. And that stayed Trump's hand. Then again, 2 weekends ago, I know for a fact Trump was ready to pull the trigger again. And it was his own Joint Chiefs of Staff who quietly said, Mr. President, the Chinese are ranging the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with their Yaogan satellite constellation. Iran's anti-ship ballistic missiles are not to be laughed at. They're very serious threats to the carrier. We shouldn't go ahead. And now here we are with talk about another aircraft carrier coming in. You've got the largest buildup of C-17 logistics transport planes coming in. We haven't seen this kind of buildup since before Desert Storm in '91. I believe fully that the Trump administration long ago decided they were going to open up on Iran. I think Israel's coming in to seal the deal. I don't believe for a second that these negotiations are real. And I just think it's very unfortunate, not because I'm pro-Iran. I'm not pro-Iran's government. But it's because the Iranians have built up a very, very, very serious missile capability, hypersonic weapons capability, and drone capability that can and will overwhelm the air defenses of the region, notably if the Arab countries don't intervene. And more importantly, Israel cannot take that kind of missile attack. Their economy is already teetering after the last year's missile attack, and that was a preview of what Iran will do, especially because Iran fully knows that this is not going to be like last summer where the Trump administration did pinprick strikes on nuclear sites. This is going to be a comprehensive regime change mission by another name, and the Iranians will go for broke to basically either stop that from happening or to just as a big FU to the region, because if they're going to go down, they're going to take their enemies down with them.
Before going on to my next question, I want to remind our three guests that if you want to jump in and piggyback on other people's guest responses,
so please allow me to do that if you don't mind.
Of course.
I have to say, regardless of what you may think of Netanyahu and your criticism with regards to his policies and the way that the war was managed in Gaza, this has nothing to do whatsoever with the fact that Iran is not just a threat on Netanyahu himself or on Israel. It is a threat to the region, it is a threat to the world, and it is a threat to its own people. So Trump himself has given a commitment to the Iranian people that help is on the way. Why? Because the Iranian regime is
shouldn't have done that.
Its own people. Tens of thousands of people have been slaughtered over the past few weeks, and President Trump has given them a commitment that he's going to help them. So, and nuclear Iran is completely is not a Netanyahu problem, and nuclear Iran is a global and regional problem, and this regime is a problem to its own people. So this is why this claim is completely irrelevant. And
no, it's not irrelevant. You don't need to. You don't need to do with it. Yeah. I'll just quickly come in on that. Fair enough that you say that. You don't need to love the Iranian regime to understand that what you just said is geopolitically nonsense, frankly. I know where you sit, people think that, but in the rest of the world, most people unaffiliated maybe with their governments and government institutions, thinks that Israel is the biggest threat in the region. They see that the way that the Israeli government has conducted its genocide in Gaza is completely and utterly at odds with international law. They see that Israel attacks its neighbors very, very routinely, almost perfectly in lockstep with election cycles, that it is tied to political careers and to the election cycle, particularly of Netanyahu. You say it's not a Netanyahu problem. Netanyahu has been the political figure par excellence in Israel over the past 25, 30 years. That's how long he's been more or less in situ, with a couple of breaks, of course. And so it is, of course it's time. I mean, you're always telling us it's related. You're always telling us, well, we have to bomb Iran, because even if Iran doesn't directly attack other countries, it has its proxies with Hamas and with Hezbollah. So which is it? Either it's related or it isn't. And actually, what you did in Gaza is considered by international institutions, and as I say, by a majority of international civil society, to be at best a heinous war crime and probably genocide. So I think what you're saying is increasingly hollow in the corridors of power and among audiences internationally. I would just say this as well. Whenever you might think about a nuclear Iran, it doesn't exist. And actually, I don't know what our other guests think, or our other guest thinks about the Obama deal. There are a lot of things I dislike Barack Obama on. I think that deal was a perfectly good, a perfectly reasonable piece of statecraft in the region. It capped Iran, more or less, and it meant that there was none of this kind of wargaming that we see going on at the moment, which is terrible for the region and terrible for people in both Iran and indeed in Palestine and in Israel.
So what do our guests think?
The only thing that Iran violated this deal all the time and lied to the international community about it. So, it was a perfect deal. It was simply not really enforced, and it wasn't really obliged upon.
What happened was Trump took.
Look,
actually, what happened?
The fact that you
let's
are
just have
ignoring,
a little bit of
The fact
Shall
that
we just
you are
fact check
ignoring
quickly?
the Iranian regime and it's.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm not.
We'll let Leigh Ann finish.
And to the region is beyond me.
I'm not ignoring it. I'll just briefly say one thing. First of all, actually, it was Trump tearing up that deal that led to the deal lapsing, and then the Iranians going off and doing their own thing, of course, because the deal was torn up. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I'm not ignoring what the Iranian regime does. I don't like protesters being killed either. But there has to be a modicum of realpolitik here. You can't just say, oh, I don't like what that regime's doing. It's people, let's go and bomb a country with 92 million people in it after we've already created massive refugee crises across the region.
Let's hug them, and then maybe they will stop killing their own people and pose a threat on the world.
Nonsense. They will fight back. As our other guest said, they will
Let's
fight
bring
back.
Brandon in. Brandon, what do you think? Are we heading towards an escalation, and is this the wise thing to do, or should Washington keep pressuring for a negotiation?
I don't think negotiations can work because there's no consensus among the three parties involved. And the reason I say that is it's not even over the nuclear issue, because I have an entire book about, the Iranian regime and the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. The big issue here is the ballistic missiles. And Iran doesn't really have a conventional air force worth noting. They have put all of their efforts into building out their ballistic missile capabilities, their hypersonic weapons, against which we have no active defense, by the way, and advanced drone swarms. We want them to give that up. And the Iranians are understandably, and I say this is not a fan of the regime, but understandably, the Iranians are saying, hey, if we give up those ballistic missiles, then there's nothing to stop Israel and the United States from hitting us again like they did in the 12-day war. And those ballistic missiles are the problem. They're very deeply buried right now in missile cities underground. We tried to hit them, as did the Israelis in the 12-day war. That was ineffective. And the reason it was ineffective is because the Israelis have hardened the geology around those facilities. They will bring those missiles up to bear the minute that we begin dropping bombs. U.S. service members will be harmed, will be killed in those bases. And the Israelis, the cities like Tel Aviv, economic hubs, beautiful, amazing cities, will be rocked by these missiles. It will be utterly damaging. And I just want to make something very clear. This is not necessary at this point in time. This is a war of choice, and it doesn't make any sense politically for President Trump to be doing this right now at a time when he is set to lose the midterms because he's been focused way too much on foreign policy issues and not on fixing our economy.
Leigh Ann, I do want your Israel perspective here, because if talks do move forward without missile restrictions and Trump focuses more on the nuclear talks, would Israel actually accept that, or would it move on its own in the region?
So Israel would have to sustain flexibility to act upon existential threats, and ballistic missiles with such significant scope are indeed existential threats. We cannot allow that to happen. And so it's not only about what happens in a deal, it's also what happens after a deal and how much flexibility Israel sustains in order to deal with threats that are indeed existential. Now, we cannot also afford the proxy system to be revitalized. The proxy system that Iran has built for many years had only one single goal: to promote its own radical ideology and to suffocate Israel to the extent that it would be exterminated. We cannot allow that to happen. And our military
proxy system has been vastly
in Gaza,
degraded.
in Lebanon,
that
in
proxy
Syria,
system has been degraded. There's no reason to do this now.
So, Brandon, what is going to happen because they also want to negotiate the proxy system. So what do you think is going to be reached in a negotiation when it comes to that?
Well, like I said, I don't think these negotiations are serious. I don't think there can be a negotiation because of these issues. Ultimately, I'm going to speak from the American perspective. I understand Israel and Netanyahu have their perspective, and they're going to do what's in their national interest, as are the Iranians, as are the Saudis and the Arabs. I can tell you right now, it is not in America's national interest to initiate what will become a full-bore regional war in the Middle East. We are not in a good position right now. Our stockpiles are drastically depleted. Thank you, Mr. Zelensky. We are not able to resupply. We are stretched thin right now. We've got issues going on in Latin America. We've got China doing stuff in their part of the world, which is much more important to us than the Middle East. And oh, by the way, we couldn't defeat the Houthis or the Taliban. What makes anybody think that our military right now, in its present condition, is able to effectively effect regime change, especially without boots on the ground? And we are not going to have boots on the ground. So all this is going to do is it's going to kick over a hornet's nest. It's going to cause instability and chaos all over the Middle East, and it's not going to resolve well for anybody, not the Arab states, not Israel, certainly not the Iranian people. My recommendation is go back to the Abraham Accords. We have abandoned the Abraham Accords. We need to be rekindling those. That was Trump's great coup de grace diplomatically in his first term, and we've shredded it with all of this excess and this militarism. Go back to that. My personal opinion on the Iranian front, I don't think America should be involved in negotiations at all. It's not our neighborhood. We should be pulling our forces out, drastically reducing, and telling the locals, sort your own mess out. It's not our problem.
If you look at this from the Iranian perspective, which I know people often don't in the West, it's very simple. As you mentioned there, Steve, they're going to look at it from their national interest, and the prism of their national interest dictates, does it not, that they would be utterly insane to be giving up ballistic missiles. They would be utterly insane when they have such jingoistic neighbors that openly talk day in, day out, obsessively about bombing them, about regime change. Why on earth would they want to give up any weapons? No regime on earth would. No country on earth would, according to any rational principles. We all know that. We're not allowed to say it sometimes because the people are our official enemies or they're not our allies. But we all know it on this call. They would be insane if they gave up their weapons, and they would be insane, frankly. And listen, I want to live in a nuclear-free world, but let's be realistic about this. Regimes with nuclear weapons survive. Regimes without nuclear weapons, they get toppled. Look at Saddam. You know, that's just a reality. And so what your militarism, I mean Israel's militarism, of violence and jingoism and constant war addiction in the region, what it means is that the signal is given to other regimes and other world leaders very, very clearly. If you don't develop nuclear weapons, you could be in the firing line. You could be in the sniper line next. And why would anybody with half a brain cell want that?
I want to make something really clear.
Please.
Israel is not looking to overthrow or change the Iranian regime. It is not our business to do it. It is not, and it's not something that has been declared as a goal. It is for the Iranians to decide on their own regime. The regime simply poses a threat. It simply has decided that its goal is to eradicate Israel, and this is why it has been seen as an existential threat. Because if you combine this extremist view with nuclear power and ballistic missiles, this poses a threat on Israel's national interest. Beyond that, supporting the Iranian regime in their struggles, it's not something that is our business. But I want to go back to the Abraham Accords because I think this is a key point. I agree with you. The Abraham Accords are a key factor and need to be expanded and need to be deepened. And Saudi Arabia and Israel normalization is key for the region. And this is why the UAE and Saudi Arabia tensions, the UAE and Saudi Arabia tensions cannot be in the way of us bringing all the moderate forces together in the region to build a stable region that is built on cooperation, that is built on trust, that is built on security, that is built on prosperity. So I completely agree with that point.
And Brandon, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Let's go to Brandon.
Brandon.
Well, I was just going to say real quick, then the solution now is not escalation with rolling the dice. The United States military does not have the staying power to do whatever Netanyahu and Trump think it has. And I know for a fact Trump has been briefed on this, and yet he's still fixated on the military option, which is a mistake. The solution is de-escalate. De-escalate everywhere. We have to go back to our neutral corners here, because that's the only way the Abraham Accords can go forward. Because right now the Arab states are looking around going, why would we deal with Israel according to the Abraham Accords if they're going to kick over our neighbor in Iran, and it's going to have chaos and refugee flows and insanity coming over? You've got to de-escalate right now. There has to be mass de-escalation. The American people want out of the region too, by the way. This is not sustainable, this policy. It's not.
Brandon, another question.
There is footage.
We'll go to Kieran. Yeah.
There is footage of Benjamin Netanyahu in 2003 begging the Americans to topple Saddam. Now, I know you say we're not interested in regime change. Yeah, but I mean, you're obviously funding a lot of proxy things going on there. But regardless, you're interested in weakening the regime. Now, I don't love the regime. But again, if you're the regime, you will obviously read all of this as, no, excuse me, well, you're defending genocide. I mean, you defend the genocidal country and the genocidal leader, so let's not go there because it won't end well for you. But let me just say, no, you're not going to derail me. I'm going to make my point.
I'm not
going to be sidetracked by your stupid red herring. I do not have any time for any regimes that kill their own people. But I, unlike you, am capable, first of all, of not supporting genocide, and two, of seeing things through the lens of realpolitik, of understanding that you might object to something happening in the innenpolitik, the civil society of a country, but also understand that, as Brandon has been saying, it might create huge regional instability. Right? Those are two things that you ought to be able to hold simultaneously in your head. And that's what I'm trying to do. Israel clearly has been an aggressor to many of its neighbors. In 2003, you had Benjamin Netanyahu on television in front of the Senate, everywhere you can imagine, begging the Americans to invade Iraq, saying that democracy, liberal democracy will flourish. You can find this on YouTube. History is repeating itself so easily because people like you go on television and beg other countries to help you join in on your regional wars. You're desperate for other countries to fight to the last drop of their service people's blood because you're a country completely and utterly addicted to war and knee-deep in a genocide. It is disgusting, and everybody can see through it.
I'm not even going to respect everything that came out of your mouth with the response.
Because you don't have anything to say. That's why.
I will only say
because you don't have anything to say.
The only reason why now Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, and the Palestinians as a whole stand a chance of moving away from becoming an Iranian proxy and having a chance of having a new future is due to the military achievements of Israel. Now they need to be translated into sustainable solutions. But this is the only reason why Syria now stands a chance, why Lebanon now stands a chance, why Gaza now stands a chance. And so
you're saying
realpolitik, ignoring the realities on the ground in the Middle East and understanding the dynamics and what Iran has built here for years. Its proxy system is like completely detached.
You're living in a fantasy land. I know you believe that, but you ought to know that nobody, more or less nobody, who isn't directly affiliated or being paid for by the Israeli government in the rest of the world believes that any longer. Maybe they did in the 1990s and the 2000s. No one does anymore. So you're talking to yourself.
Brandon, I have one last question for you.
I would just like to also... Yeah,
exactly. Before moving on, my question to you was, you have Leigh Ann and Kieran next to you. Also, you could say whatever you had to say. But my question is also, do you think, is there any space for compromise?
In which way? Between the Iranian and the Israeli
negotiation,
positions?
Iran, Israel, and Donald Trump and the U.S. How can everyone be satisfied?
No, I think I think President Trump has decided he's going in militarily. It's a question of when, not if. I think the negotiations are a ruse. I think that, I saw an image last night of Witkoff and Kushner meeting with Netanyahu in the White House. And that looked to me that indicates that they're moving forward. They may not say it out loud. They may drag Netanyahu publicly for political purposes, but I fundamentally believe that the decision has been made, and it's going to take a miracle to get off the off-ramp here. And I just want to say something, two other things. There's something that I think somebody mentioned Syria right before I started talking. I don't know how anybody could look at Syria as a success story. We handed that country over to an ISIS commander who killed U.S. troops. He killed U.S. troops in the Iraq War by the dozens. So it's, for me, that is not a success. And I don't know how putting ISIS or an al-Qaeda-like commander in charge of next door Syria is going to be good for Israel in the long run. I don't believe it will. I think there's another national security crisis for Israel now.
I just said that Syria now stands a chance.
Okay, I apologize. I couldn't hear everything.
No, but
yeah.
No, but the subtext
and
of
then
what you're
also,
saying is that Syria stands a chance. Sorry.
As Iran marks the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, state media reported millions in the streets, waving flags, burning American banners, and chanting "Death to America." A show of unity and defiance, yet beyond the cameras, another soundtrack echoed through the Capitol. From apartment windows and rooftops, voices could be heard chanting "Death to the dictator." So the question is, are these rallies genuine expressions of national solidarity or a staged display of force masking deep unrest and regional tension? So, Kieran, we're going to go to you here. What do we know? Is Iran weakened enough that any type of military strike could actually be successful?
I don't think so, for the reasons that Brandon has talked on the military hardware front. But I also think that it's far more complex than that. Now, I think that it's pretty clear that the regime has spent a lot of its political capital, any political capital that it had in 1979, and it had a lot in 1979 because of the nature of the prior regime. Whatever political capital it has spent. And clearly, it still has its coalitions within Iranian civil society, but they've shrunk. They've massively shrunk. And what I would urge any people around the world who are genuinely concerned about how Iranians are treated by their regime, dissident or otherwise, is to allow that to play out, allow Iranians to organize, allow them to form coalitions in civil society through the economy, because remember, there's always an economic component to this. In Iran, it's that the merchant class has been screwed over by certain taxes on merchant trade and all the rest of it. The merchant class was historically one of the major bulwarks of the regime, of the Islamic Republic. They've been screwed over, and much like the Arab Spring, people forget about the Arab Spring, what an enormous economic component there was to all of the conflagration that we saw in Tunisia, Algeria, and elsewhere. Basically speaking, large numbers of people in the economy started to lose. And the same thing has happened in Iran. So when Leigh Ann says, oh, it sounds like you love the regime, I hope that what I've just said shows that I'm far more nuanced than that. I have an understanding of what's going on inside the country. And I know that to some extent, they're probably on borrowed time. But I also know that when you bomb a country with a powerful figurehead and a class or a caste that's been in power since 1979, and there is no viable alternative. There is no power base that is homogenous enough to compete with that. You create not regime change, you create massive political vacuum. And in that political vacuum, often you get monsters. You get monsters filling the void, right? And, you know, what Brandon said a moment ago about Syria. Exactly, right? We're on the same. What you said about Syria, look where we are with that. And by the way, saying, oh, I wasn't saying that the new leader of Syria is great, but the subtext of saying the IDF has given Syria a chance is that the new leadership is hopeful and positive. And as Brandon rightly pointed out, he murdered American service people in the war in Iraq in 2003 and beyond. He is a jihadist. He's an Islamic fundamentalist. So I think that's just a small illustration of what happens when you take out regimes that have, over long periods of time, created their power bases, fossilized their institutions so that they're very embedded, very path dependent. If you nuke those, if you dissolve those institutions, you don't get a spontaneous upspring or upsurge of democracy. You get utter chaos.
Brandon, what do you think?
I have to say that
Leigh Ann.
I agree with that complexity. I agree with that complexity. It is not something that there's a recipe for toppling a regime and getting a better regime afterwards. There is risks of chaos. There is risk of vacuum. And nobody here thinks that just toppling the Iranian regime will get us necessarily to a right track. But there is also the element of what the Iranian regime poses in terms of the threat, both internally and externally. And to that, again, this is not an Israeli issue. There is a reason why, for example, the European Union has decided to sanction Iran. It's not just on the basis of the fact that
because they go along with.
They simply think that the Iranian regime should be supported. The Iranian regime poses a threat to the world, and this is why sanctions are coming from different angles, from different sides of the world. So there is no easy recipe here, but there needs to be consistent pressure on the regime. And the regime cannot be allowed to hold kinds of weapons that pose existential threats to democratic countries in the region.
Brandon, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, there's much in there to agree with. I certainly, again, I don't trust the regime in Iran. I don't think they have our best interests at heart. I don't think they have their own people's best interests at heart. But at the end of the day, we're talking about capabilities and intentions. The Iranians, with these ballistic missiles that they have actually proven that the only time they're going to pop them off at us is if we start poking them. And so I think there's an off-ramp here. I'm not saying they're going to be always reasonable, but I do think it can buy time for cooler heads to prevail. Clearly, the Iranians understand that if they really go full bore, that's probably the end of their regime. That is inherently a deterrent, factor here. So I think there's much to build on diplomatically. You mentioned the EU, but remember, the EU was also getting trashed 10 years ago because they were the first ones to open up business ties with the Iranians once JCPOA, the Iran nuke deal, went forward. So I don't really know what holding them up is really going to do. I mean, they're a completely gelded, geopolitical entity in Europe, completely useless. If I were able to have any influence over the diplomatic track, I think you have very strong support in the Arab community, notably in Saudi Arabia. I think you have very strong support for not only doing some kind of a negotiated settlement, but also the Arabs fully understand that the Iranian regime is not their friend. I think you have a way to rehabilitate the Abraham Accords by getting a deal going and seriously going and negotiating with the Arabs and the Israelis. Bring the Russians in as well. Both Iran and Israel have very good relations with Moscow right now. We don't in the United States. Moscow could be a very interesting interlocutor, as could Turkey. There is a pathway forward. It will not be easy to get everybody to de-escalate, but it just seems like Trump and Mr. Netanyahu, and I understand Netanyahu has his own objectives here. He's a national leader. He's going to do what he has to do for his perceived national interest. I understand that. But I'm telling you from the American perspective, it is not in America's national interest to go to war right now, even if it's a limited air war. We will get sucked in to the geopolitical quicksand of the Middle East. China's just moved a Type 55 destroyer into the region. This has carrier-killing capabilities. The Chinese are signaling to Washington, if you knock out Iran, we're going to do something nasty to you. And I suspect it's going to be related to Taiwan. And right now, the United States cannot win a war over Taiwan, any more than we can win a war over Iran. So this is leading to a very destructive place for the Western alliance if we do what's being proposed. We have to find an off-ramp. We have to bring these other parties in, and we're going to have to understand that we don't want nukes in Iran, but at the same time, the Iranians are limited in what they can develop right now. What's more, those missiles are the problem. They're not going to get rid of them, but they haven't launched them preemptively. So there's a chance here we can actually work towards something, and those sanctions are leverage. We could use those sanctions as leverage.
Leigh Ann,
I have to say, it's very nice to hear an American speaking like this. And you know, we don't have to all go into
Unfortunately, I'm not
Israel's...
listened to in the administration.
Yeah, I wish you were. We don't all have to follow Israel into its quagmires, you know, and Israel is, as I mentioned before, in my reckoning, and I think the empirical record bears it out, a war junkie. And I think that the reasons it's a war junkie inhere in the nature of the logic of the state of Israel right as it exists in 2026. You know, and the colonization of Palestinian land, the destruction of Palestinian life. You say the IDF did favors for the Palestinians. Come on. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Palestinians, and everybody else for that matter, knows that what the IDF is doing is systematically eradicating the Palestinians. Now, of course, you're going to say that's not true. It's because of Hamas and so on. We can all see it. So it's very nice to hear. I think that the world will be a much better place if Israel were told no more often.
What do you think, Leigh Ann?
I think that the fact, we're simply ignoring the fact that Israel was attacked on 7 fronts during the past 2.5 years, and we fought for our own existence. This is what happened here. Now, through that fighting, new opportunities came about. Some of them were not even intentional. Like, for example, Syria was not intentional. Whether it's a success, we don't know yet. Right now, I'm suspicious as you. But there are changes and shifts that are happening in the region. And what we need to, as a result of the last 2.5 years, that was triggered, again, by an attack on Israel from 7 fronts. But now what we need to do is we need to work together, all the moderate forces in the region, with the U.S. leadership. And we need to call it very straight, right from wrong. Iran and its proxy system cannot be revitalized. A Muslim Brotherhood type of proxy system cannot be built on the backbone of the previous axis. We need to bring all the moderate forces together. We need to isolate and weaken the Iranian regime. Can we do it through a deal? I hope so. If there was, I can tell you, if there is a good deal that comes in out of the meetings, out of the negotiations over the next couple of days, I will be the first one to support it. I just don't see it coming. This is the only issue.
In what world?
Well, it can't right now because it's too extreme.
Brandon, we'll hear what you say and then we move on to Kieran.
Yeah, in what world?
Oh, I was just going to say, it can't. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, it can't. You can't get a negotiation, though, because everybody is in these extreme positions, and the Israeli-American side is taking such an intractable position on the ballistic missiles. Iran can't negotiate. Now, I'm not saying that we can trust them, but I'm saying clearly they know the stakes, so they're going to want to negotiate rather than go to war. Jaw over war. But the thing here is also that we have to remember, you're talking about moderate voices, and I'm right with you. This is why I've been such a loud, outspoken proponent of the Abraham Accords. But I'm telling you, you're driving those moderate voices into the darkness with everything that's gone on in the last 1.5 years. Whether you believe what's going on in Gaza is national self-defense, and I agree after 10/7, Israel was justified to seek retribution against Hamas. I agree with you. But let's face it, Israel kept expanding the war in multiple areas. Sometimes they were attacked, sometimes they were expanding it. But the point is, now you've gone from being the victim to appearing as the aggressor, and those moderate voices in the Arab world, they're not speaking out because they can't. It's not politically tenable because the imagery out of Gaza is so horrific that now Israel's in a position where it's being isolated, and it doesn't have to be. There's a chance here to get some kind of de-escalation. De-escalation is key, and the way forward is what I'm saying. It's not by blowing up Iran. We're not going to be able to bomb anybody into democracy. It never worked before. It won't work now. It's going to make everything worse, especially for Israel.
Kieran, what do you think? You don't think we can all work together here?
Democracy as well.
Yeah, what I think very clearly is that in what world does Israel get to claim that it is part of moderate forces or moderate parties when it's committing genocide in Gaza, It's an apartheid state. Well, I can see people sort of groaning, but the reality is Palestinians are people. They exist. Yeah, and they might not have power.
I agree. I agree. Right. I'm just.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
But this isn't really helpful to the conversation, in my opinion.
Well, but it is
bringing up the emotional.
Well, it is.
We are
it's
talking
not emotional.
about
I tell
Iran,
you
and
I tell you why.
We're talking about.
I tell you why. I tell you why. I tell you why.
Let's let Leigh Ann speak, and then we're going to wrap.
I can talk over you two, and then nobody can hear anything.
The only thing that
Do you want to just keep
about.
talking over each other, and then neither of us can hear anything, and the audience can't either? Right. I'll talk, then you can talk. I'll tell you why it's relevant. Because Israel manages to shapeshift and create this amazing situation in which it reconstitutes itself as a reasonable party in the region. So it's a country that commits genocide by most reckoning, or it's violating international law at the very, very least. It has wanted war criminals as a prime minister and a former defense minister. It's bombing neighbors. Sometimes it's expanding. You know, you use the language of the policy world. That's fine. But I'm trying to use the language of international law as well, so that it's not just cold, hard realpolitik and capabilities. Though I did do international relations as my undergrad, I also think it's important to retain a bit of that. The other thing to say is that Israel is now desperate to bomb Iran, and is asking the rest of the world to join it in that bombing campaign. But Israel is.
May I remind
Leigh Ann, your final words on the matter, please.
Regime.
Leigh Ann.
Where is the controversy there? There's no controversy. It's not emotional. Israel has created an ethnocratic state. It's created an apartheid system. Why does that get to count? Or why does it get to count itself as moderate? It is the theatre of the absurd, and I will not go along with it simply because Israel has a preponderance of power. I've talked about realpolitik. I think we ought to be respectful of realpolitik and use it as a lens through which we regard the judiciousness or otherwise of bombing neighboring countries with ballistic missiles and 92 million people living there. But I will not simply sweep away an entire people and say it's purely emotive if you talk about genocide against a group of people. I mean, it's an important thing to consider. And I think...
Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for the thoughts here and passionate guests.
I thought I was invited to a panel that talked about Iran, and it seems like this panel has been overtaken by the Palestinian conversation. We can talk about it maybe in another panel. But here, talking about Iran, look, if a deal can be achieved, I think that I personally would support it, and a lot of Israelis would. The last thing that Israelis want to see happening right now is yet another war. We have been in shelters. My personal family,
it's rubbish.
My personal family's house has been completely ruined by the last round with Iran, and my family lost their own home, and thank God they survived it because they were in the shelter. A lot of people have lost a lot during the past 2.5 years. The last thing we want to see here is yet another war. But we need to make sure that in the regional dynamic, Iran does not pose an existential threat, not just on Israel, but on the region. This is not Israel's task. This is something that the U.S., as the leader of the free world, should lead on, and that the moderate forces, both in the West and in the region, should align with Trump's leadership. That's all.
That's all we have time for, I'm afraid. Thank you to all our guests for joining us today, and we hope we can have you on again as further developments take course. Thank you so much for all the passion coming out of this panel. So joining us for the discussion was Leigh Ann David, strategic consultant and former advisor at the Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and the Israeli National Security Council, Kieran Andrew, political commentator and doctor of political economy, and Brandon Weichert, senior national security editor at 1945. Thank you all for joining us here at Counterpoints. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. Goodbye. French prosecutors are pushing to uphold a 5-year ban on Marine Le Pen holding public office, which could block her from running in the 2027 presidential election. But there's a twist. A French magistrate says 2 U.S. State Department advisors quietly met with her last year to discuss Le Pen's conviction.
Je voudrais vous raconter ce qui s'est passé dans mon bureau, puisqu'en fait, j'ai eu, à la demande de l'ambassade américaine à Paris, j'ai rencontré 2 émissaires de l'administration Trump qui sont venus. On devait avoir une discussion sur les droits de l'homme, comme j'en ai régulièrement avec des diplomates de pays alliés. Et assez rapidement, la conversation a tourné autour de la situation pénale de Marine Le Pen, avec l'idée de chercher des éléments auprès de moi et peut-être auprès d'autres personnes qu'ils allaient rencontrer, qui pourraient accréditer l'idée qu'il s'agirait d'un procès purement politique pour l'empêcher d'être candidate.
The officials reportedly believe Le Pen was treated unfairly and wanted to explore ways to suggest the trial was political, a view echoed by many U.S. conservative voices. The magistrate found the conversation so uncomfortable, she reported it to the French Foreign Ministry, warning it could influence public debate in France. The U.S. State Department confirmed the visit, saying in a message on X the trip was to reaffirm a shared commitment to free speech, democratic choice, and religious freedom, dismissing interference claims as false rumors. Still, if the allegations are true, it's a striking case of U.S. meddling in another country's legal system, raising fresh concerns about foreign involvement in French politics right as Le Pen fights her appeal and eyes a potential presidential 2027 run.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron, the same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar has been named as the main suspect in the Tumbler Ridge shooting in Canada's British Columbia. Van Rootselaar was found dead at the scene. 6 people were killed and 25 others injured at the local high school. 2 others, the suspect's mother and stepbrother, were found dead at a nearby home. Prime Minister Mark Carney is preparing to visit the mourning community. Here's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Deputy Commissioner.
So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues. We identified the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jesse was born as a biological male who approximately, the information that I have, approximately 6 years ago began to transition to female and identified as female both socially and publicly.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White. She's right here in the studio with me, and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Ellie and Gemma, great to have you on the show. Gemma, let's start with you. We just heard, no problem, Dr. Ellie, just heard a little clip there, but what do we know about this 18-year-old suspect?
Yes, so police have named the suspect, Jesse Van Rootselaar, who was found dead at the scene, as we've just heard. Now, she was from Tumbler Ridge in the Rocky Mountains. It's quite a remote community. It's very small, sort of only about like 2,000 plus community. And she used to go to the school, so she used to attend. She dropped out, 4 years ago. So as the police have said, she was born biological male and identified as a woman and transitioned about 6 years ago. So transition began at quite a young age. Now, the suspect was known to police and the family was known to police. They had been called to the suspect's house quite a few times over the years, mostly concerning mental health issues. And they were last called to the house last spring concerning mental health issues and self-harm. And on occasion, Jesse had been taken away for evaluation and to be be assessed and taken care of. So they had also visited the house with regards to firearms. Jessie had a valid gun licence and that had lapsed. But both Jessie and her mother, Jennifer Strang, had been quite active, posted on social media about their love of hunting, their love of guns. They'd posted pictures of their firearms and things like that. Obviously, hunting in the community is quite a big thing. There's moose, there's elk, there's bears. So that wouldn't have raised any suspicion. That would have been quite a normal thing to be doing in the community. But yeah, the suspect was known to police for mental health issues and things like that, but nothing that would have, shown that this might have happened.
Extremely tragic as we hear more and more about who the suspect was.
Yeah.
And Dr. Ellie, police are also releasing the names of victims. What more do we know about the people who lost their lives in this tragic incident?
Yes, well, as Gemma said, it's a tragedy for a small village practically in Western Canada. The whole community is relatively small. The school is like almost everybody sends his kids to that school. So all the village, all the community has been severely affected. Now, the direct victims have been, of course, as you said, Jennifer, his mother, as Gemma said, the stepbrother, which is 11 years old, one of the teachers in the school, 39 years old teacher, and also 5 of the children aged between 12 and 13. The police did not announce the names for respect of privacy, but some of the parents have themselves declared that their children were part of or were victims of this incident, specifically Kylie Smith, whom her parents spoke to the media about the tragedy that they are suffering from at this stage. So practically it's again something that affects every single person in that community in a very bad way.
And like Dr. Ellie said, 2,400 people live in that small town and everybody knows everybody. Yeah. So it's going to affect the whole community.
Yeah.
And I wonder right now, when we look at mass shootings and we look at the aftermath of mass shootings, it's something that's way more common in the US rather than in Canada, and gun laws also come up all the time. But I wonder if the conversation should be widened out to mental health problems, to internet use. There's so many different things that begin to come out.
Yeah, I think it's the rush straight after to talk about, or one section of society will want to talk about gun laws and the other section will say it's too soon. We've seen that play out over and over again. But as we've seen with so many things these days, we need to pull in so many different threads. We can't just focus, as you say, on gun laws. We have to focus on so many wider issues now, so many influences, mental health as well, especially. The influence of the internet, whether people get their ideas or become radicalised, from it. Yeah, it's time to look beyond that for sure.
And Dr. Ellie, you yourself obviously teach, and do you think we should also be looking at protocols within schools, how to tighten things to make it safer, so not just anyone can basically walk in to a school and carry out something on this scale?
Definitely. I mean, in general, protocols about schools and educational establishments, the protection, the safety measures, the awareness of the pupils themselves about these factors, how to act in case of an incident, first responders, all of this is part of a continuous training. There are a lot of international standards that are applied everywhere. And I can imagine that most of the Canadian educational institutions do follow these. Now, what can we do better? Could there be gates? Could there be metal detectors at the doors? Could there be more security guards? All of these come at a certain expense. All of these come in a way that could potentially do a bit of harm also to the educational environment. The more you have security as visible, the less, flexible and comfortable is the system in the school and the learning process in the school. Plus, another factor is that I don't think such measures could have prevented this specific incidents or incidences of these kinds. We have to remember that in Canada, it's been a while since they've had incidences. It's not a main topic. It's not a main problem like it is in the US. So would you take a lot of measures that are, a heavy hand in the sense for something that is extremely rare and potentially not even possibly preventable in that sense? This is the question. Where do you draw the balance? Definitely, it seems that the kids had good awareness. It seems that the reaction of the principal of the school did save a lot of lives. They told them to lock in. They closed the doors. They supported each other. So thankfully, the kids seems to have been aware. The staff of the school seem to have been aware. I'm not sure if you need to do more than that and what is the benefit in balance to the counter benefits that this would do.
President Trump is hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today as tensions continue over Iran's nuclear weapons program. Netanyahu is expected to encourage Trump to make a deal that would rein in Iran's uranium enrichment, as well as its support for its proxy groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. Iran, meanwhile, has said it will not limit its uranium enrichment, whilst Western sanctions continue to strain its economy. Speaking earlier to Fox News, Donald Trump said Iran would be foolish not to make a deal. Take a listen.
As you know, we have a massive flotilla right now going over to Iran. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal. I think they'd be foolish if they didn't. We took out their nuclear power last time, and we'll have to see if we take out more this time. They want to make a deal. They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that, all the different things that you want. But some people worry that they've been very dishonest with us over the years, right? Very dishonest.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent Sarah Firth, who's in Washington, and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. Freddie, let's kick this conversation off with you, because what can we expect from Netanyahu's meeting with President Donald Trump, which is currently happening at the moment in the US?
Well, I believe this is the sixth time that Netanyahu and Donald Trump have met in Donald Trump's second term. I don't think there's any other world leader that has seen as much of Donald Trump as Netanyahu. He was there in Mar-a-Lago at Donald Trump's winter White House, as it's now called, at the turn of the year. And I think normally you get a lot of intrigue and not a lot of meaty statements out of both of them. So there will be, I think, polite statements, either them in person or readouts from both diplomatic calls. But I think what will then happen is we will get a sense of whether Netanyahu pushed for America to strike Iran, which is not necessarily guaranteed. He has actually recently, Israel has actually occasionally said to the Americans, now might not be the right time. They're not always gunning for America to strike Iran. Or you might get total silence. And if there's not a lot of briefing afterwards, that's usually a sign something dramatic is about to happen. And a lot of people will start thinking that means a military strike on Iran is imminent.
And it's really interesting because Netanyahu was actually meant to meet Donald Trump on the 18th of this month, and he pushed that meeting forward. And as you say, Freddie, it's the sixth time he's been over to the US a lot. So, Sarah, Trump said Iran would be foolish not to agree to a deal. Why has Iran stalled in actually closing off an agreement? Because we know these discussions about a nuclear deal are ongoing.
Yes, and you've heard President Trump sort of repeatedly issuing that threat, and we heard him again speaking ahead of this meeting today here in Washington, saying that there is the possibility of further military action. So really applying that political pressure on Iran. But Leigh Ann, from Iran's perspective here, you've got the country facing the biggest internal upheaval, a popular protest by the people, the Iranian people. That is what the leaders are going to be up against. And so their calculation here isn't necessarily centering diplomacy with the United States in these talks, although it is important because they are in a very weakened state. If you look back at the last strikes that the US and Israel carried out against Iran on their nuclear facilities. Now, we know that Netanyahu is going to be pushing President Trump on widening these US-Iran talks, focusing on trying to get the nuclear capabilities removed, focusing on possibly reducing their ballistic missile infrastructure. But important to look at this from what's actually happening on the ground in Iran, in particular with those protests. The leadership there, they're going to be coming at this from a survival perspective. They're not going to be wanting to do anything here that's seen as capitulation to America's demands.
And it's quite interesting because you talk about where Iran is coming from. And Freddie, I wonder if Donald Trump is thinking right now, I'm holding these negotiations with Iran. They're happening in Oman. And we're talking about nuclear. And Donald Trump has time and time again attacked Barack Obama's agreement that he made with Iran. And Donald Trump, I'm sure, is going to be looking for some kind of win in what's happening at the moment. He doesn't want to look weak either.
No, but Trump's problem is he likes very, very quick wins. Mm-hmm. And of course, it's not so long ago that he ordered Operation Midnight Hammer, which was the very large, impressive military strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. And he made out very firmly afterwards that Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated. And yet here we are now in February talking about how America, Iran and Israel can sew together a deal that would limit Iran's uranium enrichment capacities. And so it wasn't this one and done strike. And this is slightly the problem with Trump's diplomacy as well. I mean, I like the fact he's very pro-peace. I think that's good. But he does tend to have this I need to get this done quickly. It needs to be done now. And it does create results, but sometimes it creates fake results. And so people say, oh, well, this has been achieved. Peace has been achieved. Let's have a nice press conference and get on with it. I think that's the problem with this situation with Iran, and particularly a lot of things in the Middle East, is they are very, very complicated and hard to resolve. And they don't make for kind of quick wins.
And Sarah, that's a really interesting point because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu might be pushing Donald Trump in another direction, but I think he is aware of another forever war as the midterms are approaching is not probably his best idea. But just before we go, Sarah, and wrap up this, I wanted to talk about the people who are living in Iran because Iran's a big country. We've seen these anti-government protests. It's very difficult to get the truth out of what's really happened during the crackdown. But we have to focus also on the peoples who's put their lives at risk.
Yes, Leigh Ann, you're absolutely right. And I mean, I know you've been interviewing Iranians. I've been speaking to many Iranians outside the country right now. Pretty much everyone is saying the same thing, that, look, whilst those protests and the crackdown that we saw from the leadership in Iran has fallen out of the headlines, was never massively in the spotlight in the first place, we still don't know the full scale of that bloody crackdown on the protesters. You've had people disappeared. We've had reports of torture, those protesters shot. So the scale of that still not known. And all of this is playing into what happens to the people on the ground, will be playing into the calculations being made by Iran's leadership right now. They are struggling internally. It's the biggest protest you've had since the 1979 revolution. That pressure internally is going to make a difference when it comes potentially to the outcome of these US-Iran talks. And very briefly, Leigh Ann, we are getting some information here today as that meeting that's taking place behind closed doors with Netanyahu and President Trump, as that continues, we're hearing that the US is considering sending another aircraft carrier into the region. That's on top of the one already there. Really important development if that is verified, because it will increase potential strike capacity. It signals the seriousness of President Trump's threats to potentially again take military action if Iran doesn't give him what he wants. But as Freddie said there, you know, President Trump liking a quick win. We're really not sure here in the US what it is that President Trump wants to see from a final deal with Iran. We know that from the Israeli side, they said about the nuclear enrichment programs, getting that finished. We know that they want to target on ballistic missile capabilities, and also Israel saying they want to see Iran's support for militant groups in the region as part of those conversations. So that's going to be being discussed between President Trump and Netanyahu right now. But all of this, the outcome, whichever way it goes, obviously has that huge impact on the people of Iran, who are already facing such a difficult moment in their history.
Yes, and like you did say, Donald Trump is actually thinking about sending another aircraft carrier to the region. And also there's been satellite imagery showing US forces placing Patriot missile systems on mobile launchers at the Al Udeida air base in Qatar. So military movement is continuing. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Survivors of late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Democratic lawmakers are putting forward Virginia's law at the U.S. Capitol building today. It comes after a video of Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted associate of Epstein, was released. It shows her refusing to answer questions from the U.S. House Oversight Committee. Take a quick look.
During your personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, were you aware that Mr. Epstein was sexually abusing minors and adult women?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Have you ever facilitated the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman by Mr. Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster Jono Hayes and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Michael and Jono, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Jono, you were with me last night. Of course, we discussed the Epstein files. More movement has been happening today. But let's talk a little bit about Ghislaine Maxwell there. She obviously pleaded the fifth, didn't answer any questions. Expected,
but it's more, I think the headlines are more about what she didn't say as opposed to what she did say. This is a very rehearsed piece, repeatedly invoking the fifth. Of course, that's avoiding any self-incriminating things that she might say at this particular stage, but also avoided offering any new insight into the Epstein paperwork. Effectively, we're exactly where we were before she stood in front of this, which is done remotely from prison where she is currently. It's clearly very frustrating, not just for lawmakers, but for the families and the victims themselves. It must be very infuriating to see this. Legally, of course, it's her right to do this. Politically, it fuels a lot. It fuels suspicion. It fuels public anger, even more so than was already there. And what comes next is the big question, because now we'll see pressure, and that it may look at immunity options from Congress. That's potentially something we could see. Further subpoenas towards Ghislaine Maxwell as well. And shifting focus. Maybe there's other witnesses that they might rely on instead. They might be more cooperative compared to pleading the fifth continuously. So it really depends on what happens next, because right now, the only card that she has in order to try and get some leniency, some clemency on her sentence is that I may be able to give you information if you can reduce my sentence or if you can give me an easier time in prison. And that's what she's doing right now. It's a smart move on her part. It may work. It may not, though. It may also not work.
And I think right now you just mentioned the US political landscape, and if Donald Trump was to give Ghislaine Maxwell clemency or a pardon, I don't think that would go down very well, because obviously today we see the survivors of Epstein. We don't talk about them enough, do we? We always talk about the people who are named in the files, and they were in Washington today giving a press conference. Chuck Schumer was alongside them, and they announced Virginia's law, this new bill that's going to come into effect, and it's quite interesting. What are the details around this, Michael?
So currently the way it works is that if you have been a victim, you can, and you want to file a civil lawsuit, it's 10 years from the time you turn 18 if you were a minor when the offense happened. Mm-hmm. What they're trying to do with Virginia's law is remove the statute of limitations. So a victim can, at any age, go back and then file a lawsuit against the accuser.
And it's so interesting because we talk about that. We talk about the statute of limitations and if that's to be extended. I wonder what implications that could have in the future, because a lot of the times memories may be different.
It's true, but if you...
recollections may vary. It's a difficult one to get through, I think.
It's difficult, but I think there are certain crimes. You have to look at crimes like rape, and a lot of US states have removed the statute of limitations specifically on rape, and that no longer has. There is 5 or 6 that still retain that 15 to 20-year window of statute of limitation, but you have to think that those victims still require, and I understand, of course, memories can be altered over time, and humans, we are fallible in terms of what we remember correctly and not. But something as serious and as heinous as sexual abuse and as rape should not have a statute of limitation, because that person may not have been brave enough to come forward. And it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Any of these laws you change is a double-edged sword, but they may not have been brave enough or had the gumption to come forward previously. It may have taken something like other people getting out there and saying, I've had the same issue, before they can actually feel the need to discuss it.
But it also brings up an interesting case, because the way that the U.S. law works now is there's that presumed innocence. That's where you begin. How do you prove something that is, even if it happened last week, is incredibly difficult to prove? Then you factor in, well, you almost can't believe the accuser and you can't believe the defender. You don't believe the accuser. You believe that there is no crime that's been committed. That's where you begin, and then the accuser has to prove it, and that changes the dynamic an awful lot, because women now will even more so have to lean into the fact that they're trying to go into court to say this happened, where the default position is still to believe, no, it didn't happen. And that's where it becomes even more difficult over time. I don't know how you are able to, if something happened when somebody was 12 and they're 40 years old, they're going through a midlife crisis, they're going through therapy, and they start to recognize that maybe something happened when I was 12, that opens up an incredibly difficult situation for everybody involved.
And also, I think what is happening with the Epstein situation at the moment, and I was speaking to somebody a little bit earlier, Freddie Gray, and we were talking about this. Right now, it seems to be such a big political issue in the US, but nobody has really fallen on the sword like we've seen in the UK. Right now, we've got the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, on the ropes, and he never met Epstein. He didn't deal with Epstein, but he appointed Peter Mandelson, who had links to Epstein, as the US ambassador. And we look at the tentacles of Epstein, and it's really been a lot of British people who have fallen foul of this. We look at Andrew. We obviously look at Peter Mandelson, Ghislaine Maxwell. I wonder if a reckoning is going to happen in the US at some point.
I think what has to happen is that names will have to come out where people in the Trump administration or people who are close to the president have to be caught dead to rights. Then that will change the president's approach, whereas Keir Starmer is in this, he has to walk an incredibly tightrope because he has somebody who was part of his government, or at least he appointed as the ambassador, and that what he did was questionable, and then there are other issues where he maybe shared documents which were illegal. He was part of Keir Starmer's government. Donald Trump hasn't had to face that, so he can continue to maintain the same approach, which is it's fake news, or he's been dead for so long, it doesn't involve anybody. If there is any documentation that says somebody in his government...
Well, Howard Lutnick.
Yes, absolutely. And that might change the tone if he is... But Donald Trump is, you know, he has the Teflon Don, right? He has this great ability to deflect, to say fake news, and to move on, and then to do something that attracts our attention completely away from what the original issue was.
Well, who's not Teflon at this stage? And we know the people who are named in there. The allegations against Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and Mandelson that are in there as well. There is no DNA evidence. Here's where it's tricky. When we look at the statute of limitation and where it currently lies, you can overcome the statute of limitation on cases that are rape-orientated if there's DNA evidence and it's more than 15 years, you can still use the DNA evidence. We don't have DNA evidence for any of these crimes. So you have to look at who we're going to get into court to testify. And it's going to have to be people like Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor who will go into court and testify. I don't see that likely happening. Mandelson will likely have to appear in court. Bill Clinton will likely to have to appear in court because allegations are against them from the papers. You have to look at that and say, well, who else? The pilots who flew the planes, that's just one element of this whole big scenario. The housekeeping staff who can testify who was there. Again, it's just one tiny element. And now it's their word against everyone else. Ghislaine Maxwell is the key. She is the secret to here, aside from the one ex-girlfriend that we know about that's also in the picture. She is the key to this all unravelling. And until they get her to speak and give her this clemency or whatever, I don't think she should be on the street. I said this yesterday. Releasing her is a disaster. Of course we can't give her you can't give her clemency and release her from prison. But we can look at something we can do to get convictions and pin those on convictions. Say, right, every person we convict because of your evidence will reduce a year from your jail sentence. Seems fair?
It's going to be so interesting to see how this plays out because the whole world is trying to digest these Epstein files and so many documents are coming out, so many pictures, so many names, and there doesn't seem to be a clear answer right now who to get in front of a court, a jury, and it just seems to be that it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Jono and Michael, thank you so much. And the arguments in a landmark social media trial have started today, where some of the world's biggest companies are being accused of making products intentionally addictive and harmful to young people. Meta co-founder and chief executive Mark Zuckerberg, along with bosses of Instagram and YouTube, are expected to be called as witnesses during the trial. So this is something that we're just seeing kicking off. It's happening today in the US. They're going to trial over social media addiction claims. How did it all start? What was the beginning of this?
Well, it'll be landmark, this case, for sure. We've seen Mark Zuckerberg on the stand before, but when he's been asked and called to give evidence, not in this respect, though. This is different. This is a case that first kicked off with families and a school district specifically that said, we want to file lawsuits against social media platforms. Why? Because we think they're designing these algorithms that are encouraging addictive behaviour with our kids. Now, that is a tricky thing to try and prove in a court of law. Over time, the individual lawsuits, there was many of them, were consolidated into one large legal action, which is what we're seeing now being brought to the court. So the plaintiff have argued that what companies have done is prioritise engagement and prioritise profits over child safety, which is very important. And for any parent, that's something you want to have prioritised on a site that your kids are on. So now it's become this big accountability test for big tech that they could really do without, but it's now in court. And there is a concern because there's and it depends on which survey you look at, between 10 and 25% of all teenagers, all adolescents, have shown signs of problematic or addictive social media behaviour. This is not somebody who just scrolls on social media and checks videos on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. This is somebody who, as a result of that social media addiction, have suffered in other ways in their life. They could be suffering from depression. Their studies have started to slip. They have got several different of these, which is classic addiction signs in adults as well, exactly the same thing. Much like you would have an alcoholic, they're showing the signs and symptoms of addiction. And this is where the lawsuit comes from. If it's won, it would be landmark, it would be phenomenal. And I think, hats off to the families who are taking this to court.
It's really interesting because I do think if this case is won and the big tech companies do lose, it might change our life on social media as we know it right now. Because you talk about scrolling, and right now, if we go and scroll on our phones on Instagram or TikTok, Rawiya, there's no end to it.
Absolutely.
It just continues and continues and continues. And this is what they're saying. There needs to be some sort of stop-off so people just don't constantly go down that doom scrolling avenue that we see so much. So what could the repercussions for these big tech firms be? And it's interesting speaking to Jono, because we had this conversation before. This is a double-edged sword.
Absolutely.
Because when I think about this, I think about free speech. I think about how much information gets to the world via these social media platforms.
This is the exact point, and that's why the repercussions are going to be far-reaching. And yes, it's going to open a big can of worms. Now, the point is, if the plaintiffs win, and by the way, the first plaintiff is a 19-year-old who's saying that because of the social media and the algorithm and the addiction that they had, it caused them depression, anxiety. So there are plaintiffs with specific conditions who are basically suing or going to court in this case. But in case the plaintiffs win, then the legal immunity of the social media platforms is gone, which means that they are going to be held accountable and they're going to be liable for the content that they put out through their platform, even though it is a third party or the user content. So they're going to be liable. There's going to be a surge in lawsuits against, obviously, social media platforms. That's what happens. Usually people capitalize and they want a piece of the cake. This is going to push all the social media platforms to have more control over the content, and therefore more tightens the control, less freedom of speech. They're probably going to use AI to filter through the content, because operationally it's literally impossible to filter through all of this, the volume of content that's put online and published. And therefore we are looking, yes, at definitely a very different online experience when it comes to social media platforms in the future, because this is not going to stop in the US. If they win this case, these plaintiffs in the US, and they cause a change in the law there, we should expect it to go to Europe, to Australia, to the Middle East, or anywhere else.
And I find it fascinating, right, because you remember that Australia banning under 16-year-olds. That sort of filtered through to the UK, hasn't it? And we're seeing other countries actually debate that right now. But you're talking about third parties uploading things to social media, and the companies could be liable for that. How on earth are you going to police something like that?
Well, I guess that comes down to the algorithm itself. It does a very good job on picking up when something is not suitable for younger eyes and when it's sensitive content. It does it itself. It's not somebody who sits there and checks that. It's just by automation. AI has developed quite a lot. And I think it'll become a situation whereby you will open your Instagram, you'll be given a warning that says, just FYI, this could be addictive. So you're aware, because there has to be a start somewhere. This lawsuit may not be won. And if it's not one, there'll be more lawsuits afterwards that may be one. Somebody has to be the first. And if you look back at tobacco companies being sued in the US, and in 1998, when 42 states took the tobacco companies, big pharma, so to speak, in terms of tobacco, to court, and initially they were faced with so much backlash, they ended up getting, I think it was Camel Joe, he was the mascot at the time, he got banned, and they ordered to pay $250 million over the course of 25 years towards healthcare. Somebody had to be the first, and somebody has to say, right, there's a reason for this. If it is addictive, that may be one thing, and it comes with those ramifications. Why are parents not taking some of the onus at least on thinking?
I think that's very, very important, because yes, I mean, you can put regulations. The social media platforms can really censor the content, yet without parents' supervision at home, and even with that, still parents cannot actually monitor 100% what their kids.
And I don't think they can. No.
But the problem is, it's not just to do with kids and addiction. I mean, we're talking about adults who are on a scrolling spree every night before going to bed, obviously affecting their sleep.
I'm completely guilty of it, you know.
All of us. Yeah. All of us are. But the thing is, I mean, they can do other things to limit that kind of addiction, like put a timing on scrolling. It defeats their purpose. But maybe it can be let's say, halfway solution.
Well, I mean, there has to be something, but they've said they've put safeguards in place. Meta have got these safeguards in place to stop this down. If you, as a parent, would like to put something on your phone, on your child's phone, which limits the amount of screen time they can get, That is an option. That is a separate app. That's a third-party app that you can install on there again. Meta are simply providing the platform. And what they're saying is that how you use that platform is entirely up to you. Is that a correct argument? I'm not entirely sure. I'm seeing it from an adult's perspective. I want to scroll for as long as I want. I don't want to be judged on that. If it's addictive behaviour, I can understand how that's a concern. But for kids with their tiny minds, like a sponge taking everything in, I can't decipher what's real and what's fake on social media. How is a 6 or 13-year-old supposed to do that? I just find that baffling.
And as we were saying, for young kids, it does actually rewire their brain. But then again, as an adult myself, I think of social media, and I think that it gave us the opportunity to know what's happening elsewhere in the world where mainstream media doesn't reach or is not interested in telling us, you know. That it is a double-edged sword, censoring and having such control over content on social media platforms is a double-edged sword.
And I would agree with you completely. I do think social media has a place in society where it's given people access to news, people who wouldn't often be interested. Coming from my job as a journalist, people will be exposed to a lot more of what's happening around the world, geopolitically, in various different countries. So I think there is definitely a place for it, but it'll be so interesting to see how this trial plays out and see if Meta, all the other big tech companies will come up with solutions to stop, like you say, the addictive algorithms that people just use and are rewiring children's brains. It's going to be a fascinating time. Hot topic, I feel like, when it comes to the internet and social media. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today at their 3-hour meeting at the White House, President Donald Trump tells the visiting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that dialogue with Iran must continue, seemingly rebuffing Israel's push for a tougher stance against Tehran. Plus, we're going to be turning our eye to all the stories making headlines in the United States, including a Super Bowl halftime show that clearly didn't go down at all well with President Trump. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on Wednesday's 3-hour-long talks between the US President Donald Trump and the visiting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, the closed-door talks came in the context of recent heightened tensions with Iran. Well, it's understood that Netanyahu had urged President Trump to take a tougher stance towards Tehran and broaden the scope of the renewed dialogue from just focusing solely on Iran's nuclear program. But there are no signs that President Trump has agreed to this, and instead he insisted that negotiations with Tehran must continue to see if a deal can be reached. Meanwhile, President Trump said he is considering sending a second aircraft carrier strike group to join the major US buildup in the waters off the coast of Iran. Well, for more, we can cross now to Washington and speak to Andrea Stricker, who is the Deputy Director of the Non-Proliferation Programme at the Foundation for the Defence of Democracies. Andrea, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just picking up on what we were saying in the introduction, what do you think the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would have been trying to convince President Trump of yesterday at their talks at the White House?
Oh, great to join you, Tom. I think Netanyahu was likely talking to Trump about what may happen if he does strike. I think he is also pushing the president to be very careful about making a bad deal with the Islamic Republic. So those two top items, what happens if he does decide to use military force and the negotiations fail, but also this backup concern of his that Trump may be compelled to make a deal that the Islamic Republic will flout, will not agree to ultimately execute over time, and will likely use to just wait out Trump's time in office.
Right, just listening to what President Trump has said in terms of postings he's put out on social media, I mean, it does sound like dialogue for the time being is his preferred course of action. I mean, after all, the US had a nuclear deal with Iran before, and I'm just wondering, I mean, if a deal can be struck, what needs to be different this time around?
This time around, the president really does need to go back to his original demand for the full, total dismantlement under international verification of Iran's nuclear weapons program and pathways. So all remaining facilities, they would need to declare all of their past nuclear weapons work. They would need to restrain their long-range missile program and dismantle that as well. And then they'd also have to deal with funding terrorism and in reversing the horrible oppression and executions and torture of their people. So I think these demands are likely too tall for this regime. I think they would actually likely rather go to war than have to comply with those.
Okay, let's talk about what Iran has by way of a nuclear threat. What's Iran got in terms of highly enriched uranium stockpiles? And could the country already, in your opinion, be in a position to build one or more devices?
Well, thanks to the U.S. and Israeli strikes in June 2025, the program has severe bottlenecks and choke points in the pathway to nuclear weapons. I'd say they were set back about 2 years, if not further. What we've really seen them do is try to start to look at what might have survived the strikes at the below ground sites. They haven't touched really the Fordow enrichment site, which was the main facility under a mountain that President Trump struck. But they do have around 10, 11 nuclear weapons worth of this highly enriched uranium, which can be used directly in a nuclear device. So far, they likely have not been able to get to that. It's buried in tunnels at Esfahan that the U.S. had struck, as well as in the Fordow facility. And so they really don't have much to bargain with at the moment because they themselves don't have access to the HEU.
Right, and you've probably seen the various reports and the satellite photographs that are doing the rounds. I'm just wondering what looks and sounds notable, what the main takeaways are when you've looked at those reports and those satellite images of what's left of the nuclear sites that were operated there.
There's a few key sites of concern. One is a facility that the U.S. did not strike, but is even more deeply buried than Fordow under a different mountain near the Natanz facility. And the Iranians were making a new centrifuge assembly plant, but there's enough space in that facility, likely based on the thermal imagery and other imagery, that shows that it could house a secret enrichment plant. And so perhaps President Trump, when he was speaking to NBC News last week, was talking about new activity at that site. They've continued to construct it, and that raises alarm bells because that would flout the president's red line that they not resume enrichment. And then anything that they would be doing to get at the HEU, particularly where it was stored in the Esfahan tunnels, would be concerning. We've also seen them really try to close up the entrances in case of a strike. So they're actually using these weeks of negotiations to try to fortify their facilities just in case.
Right, we'll come back to that in a moment because I wanted to ask you whether you think, in fact, both sides potentially are buying time at the moment. let's just be cautious for a moment. I mean, supposing there were a massive change of leadership in Iran, supposing there was considerable upheaval, would you have concerns about the stockpiles that Iran might already have potentially falling into the wrong hands? I mean, the security of those stockpiles wouldn't be at all certain, would it, if Iran were to enter a phase of serious domestic turmoil?
That's an important point, and I know other colleagues are concerned about it, particularly the Bushehr nuclear reactor, where any effort to not maintain the facility could result in a meltdown, and that would spread radiation across the region. And then those HEU stockpiles, while they are deeply below ground most likely, they may be a prized asset for any terrorists or rogue elements of a former Iranian regime that might want to get to it and sell it on the black market. And then there's also radioactive sources throughout civilian nuclear sites and hospitals in Iran. And those could pose an immediate risk to people nearby if they were not secured. So I think the US and the international community do need to be planning contingencies to try to secure these facilities or work with remaining forces on the ground to ensure that they remain secure in the event of a collapse of the regime.
Right. I mean, whether or not regime change is the intended outcome of the United States here. I mean, it's never been attempted before, has it, as far as I'm aware, in a country with stockpiles of uranium like the ones that Iran has?
Well, in the Iraq case, so nearby in Iraq, when the U.S. invaded in 2003, there were major concerns. There were some nuclear materials on the loose and radioactive sources that the U.S. Ultimately had to secure. This has also been the case in the former Soviet Union, where there was serious concern that nuclear weapons and nuclear materials could be on the loose if security did not cooperate. So the U.S. really did funnel a lot of money and program efforts to secure those. And hopefully they're thinking through contingencies like that and how they could be proactive.
Just briefly, there was a report put out by Turkish officials saying that the United States, their understanding is the United States might tolerate Iranian enrichment within clearly defined boundaries. Does that sound credible to you?
I would be surprised if President Trump would allow them to have enrichment, but there was a proposal back in May 2025 before the strikes where Steve Witkoff apparently had suggested a drawdown of enrichment where Iran could enrich at a low level for a few years before ultimately joining and putting in its enrichment in a regional consortium. It's my hope that that kind of a proposal is not back on the table, because I think the Iranians would simply wait out Trump and then resume enriching to higher levels and extorting the international community and its neighbors by using that material for all sorts of concessions.
Okay, so for the second time, you seem to be making the implication that Iran is merely trying to buy time. So just to clarify, you don't think Iran is at all sincere about striking a meaningful deal at this point?
I don't think so. They have seemed to offer concessions, but then another official the next day will walk it back and say, no, that's a red line for us as far as turning over our enriched uranium or halting enrichment or even talking about the missile program. And that's not even touching on the repression of the people. We seem to have done a 180 and completely moved away from the issue of executions, which are continuing behind closed doors. So I think the Iranians ultimately cannot make a deal on this because of their ideology and because of their resistance nature. And I think that the supreme leader would rather go to war ultimately. And if he does make a deal, it's going to be something very superficial that simply would allow both sides to take a break and take a breath before going back, perhaps, for another conflict in the future.
I mean, Andrew, is there an argument, just reading between the lines, looking at yesterday's meeting, slightly unusual meeting at the White House, closed-door meeting, Prime Minister Netanyahu went through sort of a back door as opposed to the more ceremonial front door of the White House. I mean, is there an argument the US is buying time? After all, President Trump has floated this idea of sending another aircraft carrier attack squad to the region. I mean, could that be where we're heading? The US is buying time with a view to having the element of surprise on its side.
Absolutely. I think that's the more likely scenario, that Trump thought that perhaps calling the Iranian people to protest would lead to the collapse of the regime. But then he was quickly warned by advisors in regional countries that he doesn't have the military assets in place to defend against an Iranian attack if he were to strike them. So what we've seen over the past month or so is the U.S. really encircling the regime and getting all those defensive and offensive assets in place in case the president does decide to strike. I think he's given them this last window of diplomacy to make a deal, but I don't see that working out. And I think ultimately he will be forced to make good on his red lines and do some damage to this regime for all of its malign actions in the last several months.
Right. So on the one hand, this could be the US buying time with a view to having the element of surprise on its side. Another argument you're making here is that perhaps this is a box-ticking exercise, so the United States can say it did everything it possibly could to engage with Iran, and the Iranians simply weren't sincere. Do you think that's the argument we're going to hear at a later date? And that, you know, you seem to be saying that military action of one kind or another is looking fairly inevitable.
It looks fairly inevitable, unless the president has been told that striking could lead to some kind of regional a collapse or of the regime, would create upheaval for the whole region. In that case, he may be just delaying and trying to see what is possible with a deal. But he's in a hard position here, having said that the regime has to make a deal and it has to stop the executions, and they're not doing either one.
Right, and Iran all the while is sort of calling quite a lot of the shots, and yet there's this convergence of events and factors that really don't seem to suggest Iran has a huge amount of bargaining power. There's the fact that Iran has got considerably weakened regional influence through its proxies in the region, not least Syria, which is no longer necessarily an ally, domestic unrest. I mean, these factors might not converge again for a very long time. And I wonder whether President Trump's advisors will be telling him that if we don't do something now, the opportunity simply won't present itself again in the near future. Do you think that's the sort of advice President Trump is receiving?
I think that's right. And he's likely hearing differing views from the Rubio camp, who, you know, is more on that side, that this is a historic opportunity. We've just had success in Venezuela, and we had success during Operation Midnight Hammer in June against Iran. And perhaps they're thinking of creative ways to topple the regime, or at least take out the top echelons of people. And so I think he also, though, will be hearing from his base on the more far right, which is nervous about U.S. intervention. And so I think that is why he's actually framing this as Iran failing to meet the U.S.'s previous demands on the nuclear, missile, and terrorism front. So by not making it all about rescuing the Iranian people, he makes it more about the threat to America and to the region. And that helps him domestically. That helps him make the case if he does decide to take military action. And it makes it more of an America first approach.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, Andrea, just to conclude, your view, what's looking more likely at this stage? The United States strikes or the US folds?
I think we're going to see President Trump come through with a strike. Whether that is a regime toppling strike remains to be seen. He may do some damage as far as their missile capabilities, their military command and control, and other military assets. If he starts to go into the economic zone, striking oil facilities or oil ports, that may lead to a regime collapse. We will have to see how far he's willing to go. He may kind of take one step and then see what happens and decide whether he wants to go further. But I would expect that something like a strike is ahead.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Andrea Stricker. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to William Alberg, who is former director of NATO's Arms Control, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre. He joins us from Berlin. William, great pleasure having you on the programme, as always. Let's just talk, first of all, about those discussions between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump yesterday at the White House. Why do you think Netanyahu took this step of flying over there to talk to the president. What do you think he was trying to persuade him to do?
I think he was probably trying to persuade the United States to maintain maximum pressure and possibly to even go ahead and strike Iran. You'll recall that before the June strikes that Israel started in Iran, there had been some interesting negotiations between the U.S. and Iran and Oman that looked like they were really making progress towards some kind of deal. And it looked like Netanyahu used the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors' decision in June that Iran was likely, or that they couldn't rule out that Iran was moving towards nuclear weapon to strike, also disrupting the U.S. negotiations. And then that was so successful that the U.S. continued on with those military strikes. So I think with the fear that Iran and the United States might come to an agreement, Netanyahu would much rather further military action against Iran.
Right. I mean, at the moment, just listening to what the president's been saying and writing on social media, dialogue seems to be the preferred course of action. And yet, at the same time, as you've been saying and others have been telling us, Israeli officials urging him not to trust Iran, not to believe its promises. I mean, do you think a deal will be reached? And do you think it would be advisable for President Trump to try to reach one?
It's so difficult to predict. Iran's negotiating strategy to date has just been an appalling failure. I mean, brinksmanship, delay, and this really doesn't work with Trump. Trump would rather get some kind of rhetorical agreement and then work out the details later. Instead, Iran wants to front load all the details and delay and obfuscate. And it's just been a recipe for disaster so far. So you really can't tell. But on the other hand, striking a couple of nuclear facilities is one thing. Overthrow of the Iranian government or fundamentally destroying all of their nuclear capabilities, that's a much longer military campaign. I'm sure the U.S. would rather avoid that. But with one aircraft carrier in the region, the USS Lincoln, and now Trump threatening to send another aircraft carrier, which would likely be the George H.W. Bush, which right now is in Virginia. It would take around 10, maybe 14 days to get into the region. Plus with the U.S. global reach with its heavy bombers, it's a real threat. And that's, unfortunately, that's the right negotiating strategy, putting Iran under pressure before you go into negotiations. The optics of Israel visiting Washington can't only but help put pressure on Iran to come to some deal. But they have to just stop this obfuscation and delay, and everything takes 3 weeks, and they come to some minor decision. They have to go back to Tehran. That's just not going to work at this point. It doesn't work with Donald Trump. And so there's a real risk of strikes coming up.
Right. So it sounds to me like you think perhaps Iran is, to some extent, playing games here and trying to buy a bit of time.
That's true. I mean, you have to remember, before the strikes, one of the reasons the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors judged that they could no longer prove that Iran wasn't going for a bomb. They had accelerated their enrichment of 60% enriched HEU. And really, anything past 20%, and you are so close to having a bomb. And we're talking about now, at the last measure, 440.9 kilograms. That's enough for more than a dozen nuclear weapons within weeks if they were able to complete enrichment and turn that into a useful nuclear device. So Iran was really playing a dangerous game before the bombing. And now we don't know where the uranium is. Iran has blocked IAEA inspections to be able to locate and account for all the material. So it's a bad situation. And really, I think Iran should just come to a deal, let the details be worked out between two sides, but agree. And that's why I think the president of Iran, I think it was today, said that he would allow some sort of IAEA verification. I think that may be a sign that they're trying to put some concessions on the table. But ultimately, they still have to agree to the venue and the date for talks. I have some hope. And again, watching the U.S. ramp up the pressure, Iran making some concessions as we go into this, maybe they can come to a deal. There really is a deal space if the sides want it.
So what you're saying is that, and what we've been reading is that Iran has got these stockpiles of enriched uranium, and they've got enough of it to build a device. Who knows? I mean, could they have perhaps already built one? In which case, isn't the discussion of how to prevent an Iranian nuclear program slightly futile at this stage?
I don't think they have a viable device. The problem is if they actually crossed that threshold and built one nuclear weapon, their window of vulnerability is massive because they would have to build the weapon in secret. They'd have to find a delivery system. Now, they have plenty of missiles that can deliver that, but they have to mount it. And then what are they going to do? Launch one nuclear weapon or threaten to launch one nuclear weapon? That would invite the U.S., with a lot of global support, by the way, to bomb the heck out of Iranian facilities and destroy any possibility of anything like that happening, and even bring about the specter of regime change. If they cross that threshold, that actually opens up a window of opportunity. If they were really going to proliferate, if they were really going to build nuclear weapons, they would need time and space to be able to build a number of them so that they could declare that they had a viable arsenal. So I do honestly think that there is some negotiation to be had here. But again, Iran has the capability, they have the knowledge. They're still building additional facilities to be able to hide these things. And so they would have to declare a level of transparency and openness to inspections from the International Atomic Energy Agency, assurances to the United States, and stop this approach of trying to get away with everything they can get away with in order for what they thought was leverage, but actually is vulnerability. I do think there's a deal space, but it's going to have to be under strict international safeguards from now on, with no more obfuscation, no more games. Ironically, it's going back to something like the JCPOA, the 2015 Iran deal, only stronger with more verification, probably without time limitations like that agreement had. And ultimately, I think the Gulf states have to be comfortable with any deal because, as you know, Iran has been disrupting the region, funding separatist movements, funding terrorism, giving missiles to separatist groups. A lot of that also has to be addressed. Because in the long term, you're going to need a regional security stability arrangement that gives Iran some assurance that they won't be overthrown, at the same time prevents them from doing all the damage and killing all the people that they've killed in the Middle East. It's very complex negotiation, but for now, let's see if we can get a nuclear deal done with real verification and transparency, with real limits that Iran honors, and go from there. Otherwise, it's going to be strikes and it's going to be uncertainty, and we'll see, what kind of turmoil that unleashes.
Yet if it is strikes and uncertainty, I mean, one of the uncertainties, just listening to what you're saying as well, that occurs to me is those enriched uranium stockpiles. I mean, is it dangerous? Are there hazards attacking a country that has stockpiles like this? And then as an extension of that question, trying to seek regime change in a country where there are these stockpiles, I mean, isn't there a terrible danger here that those stockpiles end up in the wrong hands?
So, yes, I mean, there is a danger. What we're talking about is enriched uranium hexafluoride gas that then has to be turned into salts and then into metal and then into a sphere that you put in the center of a bomb that you can detonate. There's a couple of technical steps that I think Iran understands the technical challenge to, and they can overcome. But if you were to, we suspect that the actual containers with this enriched uranium may be buried under rubble. Some of them, according to IAEA reports, may have been moved off-site to another location. As to whether they're also buried at that site, we just don't know. So the location of that material is a number one concern. And the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has demanded that Iran fulfill its safeguards obligations, its treaty obligations, and tell the IAEA where this material is, and they've refused to do so. So the first threat is that this material itself could now be vulnerable to theft, or as you point out, if U.S. strikes occur, that it could be destroyed. Now, there is no threat except in the immediate area of the actual uranium storage containers of breathing it in, but it's not going to cause some Chernobyl-like event. It's not going to explode and cause a nuclear fission. That's not to be feared. But yeah, if you're in the room when one of these things explodes, you're going to have a bad day. You're probably not going to live through that. But if you're 10 miles away, if you're 5 miles away, you're going to be okay. So the U.S. may prioritize destroying any containers with this uranium. It would be much better if Iran just declared them. As to your rate, I mean, if Iran does cross the nuclear threshold and has a number of actual nuclear weapons, then that's a huge danger, because what are they going to do with those nuclear weapons? They could use them for terrorism. They could proliferate them to other states, et cetera. That's why we don't want them to cross that threshold. And quite frankly, I would much rather they were disarmed from this material now The longer term problem is that they've already gone through the intellectual exercise. They've developed the capabilities and expertise and technologies. So without real safeguards in the future, they could do this again. They could negotiate away what they've already enriched and then just wait and then build secret facilities, which, we know that they've constructed additional ones that have not been bombed, and move material and technologies in there and do this again. And that's why you're going to need, like I said, really, really strict safeguards and verification to prevent them from doing this again. And what will Iran ask for in return for that? Openness, trade, reintegration into the global economy, and that's going to require them behaving on a regional basis. So that's why, again, this is a really complex situation. But I wouldn't be afraid of a nuclear release occurring now. I don't think there's any threat of a major, nuclear radiation incident unless the U.S. decides to strike one of Iran's nuclear power reactors. But I don't think we'll do that. I think if there are strikes, they're going to concentrate on leadership, on air defenses, on missile capabilities, and possibly going after where we think this nuclear material might be stored.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much for sharing that with us, William Alberg. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, today is Thursday, which means it is time for us to turn our eye to US politics. And joining us today to look through some of the top news stories of the week there in the United States, we're joined by David Kusnett, former White House speech director, or director of speechwriting, I should say, to President Bill Clinton. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, David. We're also joined
having me.
And we're joined from Florida by Republican strategist Angie Wong. Thank you both very much indeed. Let's start with Iran, because we've been following developments there all week, and we were just discussing the situation in Iran with some of our guests. It's been reported that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu held these closed-door talks on Wednesday, talks that lasted nearly 3 hours. Iran very much the focus of those discussions. Angie, let me start by asking you, what do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu was trying to obtain from President Trump? And do you think he left a bit empty-handed?
A little bit. It seems that way. And the press has been trying to read the tea leaves since that meeting took place. It was a short press conference, but really nothing came of it. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the White House to ensure that his wish list was met when President Trump goes into talks with Iran. He had wanted certain things like their missile program to be limited. He had wanted their nuclear facility program to be eliminated. All of these things were big wish lists. Not sure President Trump was biting. And that's a sense the press here in the U.S. has gotten since those talks have begun. But what has happened is that President Trump has ordered the Pentagon to ready a second deployment of a second carrier going into the region. So I think all of this is now pressuring Iran to really come to talks, serious talks with the United States. President Trump has a lot of options right now, but ultimately we can tell that he does not want to have a long-term military presence in the region, certainly not to fulfill the operations that needs to happen on the ground in Iran. He wants allies to come in with him, and I believe Israel would be the greatest ally here. So in order to achieve these goals, the talks will remain. I think that diplomacy is still on the table, but just in case it's not, he's likely to send a second aircraft carrier into the Middle East.
Okay, David, is that your reading of events? And do you think we have this situation where President Trump essentially has two choices? Either it's diplomacy or he goes down the road of some form of military action. Do you think is it a binary choice there for him?
I think most Americans would certainly prefer the diplomatic route, but backed up by power, but not leading to an American military involvement in a regional conflict and very unpredictable consequences. I think most Americans have a complex view of this. I don't think people want Iran to become a nuclear power threatening the region and the world. I think most Americans, overwhelmingly, side with the protesters in Iran and are against the violent repression of the protesters in Iran. I also think that that, as congressional Democrats have said, the president should go to Congress for support. He's likely to get support for any kind of reasonable response to the Iranian challenge. And I think that would strengthen his hand rather than weaken his hand in negotiations with Iran. And I also think that, especially after the forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, most Americans do not want some kind of regional conflict in Iran that would draw in the United States.
Okay, Angie, I mean, do you agree with that? And I mean, which route do you think is looking more likely at this particular moment for the president to pursue?
Well, the ball really is in Tehran's hands at the moment, right? President Trump has already laid out what he would like, which is an end to the killings of protesters in Tehran. He also wants to be able to go into look at the nuclear programs to make sure that they're civilian, and to also have international monitoring of it, and a whole slew of things. But just in case that doesn't ever come to talks, he is going to be sending additional military presence into the region. And he's, unlike Obama, he is now ready to draw a red line and fulfill it if the talks do not happen. So this really pressures everyone in Tehran to get on the program. Again, there are many, many options available to President Trump right now. I believe that he would like to take the diplomacy way, but I think it's a very short window at this point because these talks keep going on and on. They keep dragging out.
Okay, and just before we move on, I mean, David, do you think we can assume that President Trump is getting conflicting advice from people in his inner sanctum, or do you think the Trump administration on the whole is pretty united in terms of what the right approach should be to this issue?
I would think from a distance and without any inside information that there are factions in the Trump administration, as there are in most administrations, and in the Trump coalition. I think there are people there who are more hawkish, who wouldn't be comfortable with the term neocon, but who probably are somewhat in line with what used to be called neocon. And I think there are people like Vice President Vance, who served in the military during the forever wars, who do not want to get into another military confrontation. So I think that's reflected in the broader coalition that supported Trump.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic, which is Greenland. And in the early days and weeks of 2026, President Trump made multiple threats that the United States might take Greenland by force. Well, the standoff over the Danish autonomous territory plunged NATO and transatlantic ties into their most uncertain phase in modern history. However, President Trump later backed down on that threat at the Davos summit in Switzerland back in January. However, on Sunday, President Trump reignited discussion by reposting an AI-generated image that showed a map of the United States incorporating Canada, Greenland, and Venezuela. Let me ask you, Angie, I mean, are we going to see this issue of Greenland continuing to resurface sort of periodically over the remainder of President Trump's time in office?
Well, President Trump certainly wants to have Greenland. He has made that a priority in his administration to figure out how to do this. And we thought we had some sort of resemblance of a deal after the latest talks. But it seems like that's gone nowhere, and he's gone impatient, which is what he does. He now is going to go to social media and put up these taunting posts. Why? Because everything has stalled. Here in the U.S., certainly the talk of acquiring Greenland has gone quiet, and he wants to reignite that. But that has also gotten the European and the Fines countries completely up in arms now, so much so that Sweden and other countries are now sending troops, air, land support to Greenland to patrol. So I think that President Trump said, look, I'm not done talking about this just because we went quiet on it. Doesn't mean it goes away. He really wants to acquire it both for national security purposes and also for all the rich minerals that are in Greenland and for also trade pathways. So he really wants this to be part of his legacy. I think he'll get it done. It's not going to be done right away. I hope that talks resume.
Okay, David, your thoughts. I mean, we spoke earlier on this week to a government minister in Greenland, and she told us that this whole issue had caused her and all the Greenlandic people, who she said are peaceful people, considerable anxiety. She said she doesn't want to be American. And even if it's just trolling for fun, she doesn't find it at all funny. She finds it very upsetting. I mean, how is all of this going down in the United States, as far as you're concerned, David?
I don't think most Americans get it exactly what the United States dispute is with Denmark and with Greenland and with NATO. I think a more normal president from either party probably would be in some kind of tense situation with Iran and with the former government of Venezuela. Why on earth we are in a tense situation with Denmark, with Greenland, with NATO, and I know we'll be talking about Canada later. That I think really mystifies most Americans. I have not seen any public opinion survey which suggests that Americans want to formally acquire Greenland at the cost of a confrontation with our allies in NATO. I think there are reasonable requests that the United States can make for greater national security cooperation with Denmark and Greenland, greater access to natural resources, all kinds of greater understanding of the geopolitical considerations. But I don't think you need formal ownership of Greenland in order for the United States to defend Greenland, to trade with Greenland and Denmark, to be to make some use of the natural resources there. And I don't think there's any reason to be talking about a confrontation with Denmark and with Greenland and with NATO as if they were Iran or the former government of Venezuela. The Iran, Denmark, Greenland, and NATO are United States allies, and we can deal reasonably with them.
Right. I mean, Angie, do you think the U.S. political class really has bought into this whole idea?
I think a lot more selling and marketing needs to happen before we really commit to it. But we, those who are in the political class, we do understand the desire to acquire Greenland. A lot of it has to do with space, actually, and for U.S. to be the #1 space frontier, we need to have Greenland secured, as well as for energy. Now, with Greenland, in respect to Greenland, President Trump, he knows that we already spend here in the U.S. close to $4 billion for military operations securing the Arctic areas. And it's funny to now see that all of a sudden Europeans and also Fines and NATO are waking up to the fact that they also need to put in their share and their resources to patrol the area. So that what has happened in the last few days, right? And President Trump's like, look, why would we continually pour money into Greenland if we don't own it? That's always been his argument. It's like leasing something that you'll never own in the future. So he wants now to really be a shareholder versus just someone who's going to write blank checks for the rest of the United States' existence into something that we don't own.
Okay, David, any final thoughts on Greenland you'd like to share with us before we move on?
I think the whole premise of NATO and the Western Alliance and the Marshall Plan and the foreign policy of the United States since World War II has been that we can defend the nations, our allies in Western Europe. We have good relationships with them economically, national security. We can by all means ask them, as Angie said, to contribute more to their own defense, to offer us more favorable terms on trade. But the idea of just looking at some territory and saying, gimme, we want it, that is not in keeping with what American foreign policy has been under presidents of both parties since the end of World War II. And it's going to end up costing us a lot more than it can gain us. What does it profit us, our country, if we lose our relationship with Western Europe and we gain Greenland?
Okay, well, we're going to leave Greenland for now because it's not just Greenland that is watching President Trump's social media feed with some alarm. The president has also repeatedly suggested that Canada become the 51st state of the United States, and relations between Washington and Ottawa have been seriously tested in recent months. President Trump is apparently angered at Canada's strengthening trade ties with China. And for his part, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney took aim at President Trump in a speech at Davos last month. And now President Trump is threatening to block the opening of a bridge paid for by Canada that will link Canada to the United States. Angie, the Gordie Howe Bridge, it costs, billions of dollars. Is President Trump really serious now about blocking that bridge from going ahead and opening?
Oh, he has already. He's extremely serious about it. Right before the grand opening, this would open up a trade artery between Canada and Michigan here in the mainland, and it's jointly owned and it's jointly controlled. So he can only control the Michigan end of it, and I think that's exactly what his plan is until Carney gets on the program with the United States. President Trump has spent the last few months isolating both Russia and China, and the fact that Canada wants to do a lot of trade with China, it really bothers him. So I think this is his pressure point. He realizes there's no artery coming in to the United States that way. That's again, we have multiple ways for Canada to enter the United States, especially in Vermont. He can close that as well. These are all borders, right? And he's the border president. I think that this should perhaps push Carney into talks with the United States, because I think it would be a good thing for the United States to be friendly with Canada. And remember, Congress yesterday just blocked President Trump. I think 6 Republicans crossed over to vote for President Trump's tariffs on Canada to be nixed. So I'm not sure if President Trump's really going to win on this. I think he's going to do what President Trump does, which is to troll and also to apply pressure. But even Congress doesn't want to see this happening.
David, do you see this issue being resolved promptly?
I would agree with what I think Angie was saying, that President Trump has run into opposition from his members of his own party as well as the Democrats on this confrontation with Canada. I think that as with Denmark and Greenland and the European Union and NATO, there's no reason to have this hostile relationship between the United States and our traditional allies. Canada, prior to all this, there hasn't been this degree of hostility between the United States and Canada since the United States Civil War. And the chronology is that President Trump was threatening Canada before Prime Minister Carney had the trade talks with China. So we were not responding to what Canada was doing. Canada was responding to what we were doing. There already is one bridge between the United States and Canada through Detroit. This would be the second bridge. Again, there can be disagreements about although the construction on the bridge, I believe, is basically done. There can be disagreements about the sourcing of the materials from the bridge, or I don't know the details, but what might be the policies of trucks going from the United States to Canada or from Canada to the United States. But there's no reason for the second bridge between the United States and Canada through Detroit to be, to quote a song from my generation, a bridge over troubled waters. There's no reason for this degree of hostility about it. There's no reason for memes showing the United States acquiring Canada as a 51st state. This is the kind of issue that has been dealt with very reasonably by the United States and Canada from right after the Civil War through the second Trump administration. And they've always been very friendly relationships between the United States and Canada. I think of, at least in my own memory of Bill Clinton and John Chrétien, and also of Ronald Reagan and Brian Mulroney. There's no reason to have this degree of hostility and threats with our allies when there really are threats from Russia and China and Iran and other bad actors. There's no reason to be having fights with our friends.
Okay, let's move on because we've got one more topic to get through and just a couple of minutes to do so. Last Sunday was the Super Bowl, and the halftime show didn't seem to go down at all well with President Trump. The show was, of course, dominated by the Puerto Rican rap star Bad Bunny, who performed almost entirely in Spanish. Although the show was only the 4th most watched halftime show with 128 million views, the spectacle did generate more than 4 billion views on social media within 24 hours. Angie, President Trump called that show absolutely terrible. Why didn't he like it?
Because it was absolutely un-American. The Super Bowl is one of the most American things you can do here in this country. And it is just like a pleasure every single year to get together with your friends and family, eat and watch the Super Bowl, even all the commercials. It is the most American thing you can do. So why was it completely done in Spanish when 78% of American households only speak English, right? So it's really excluding those who are English speakers. And it also looks symbolically like a takeover by Spanish-speaking performers. So that's where their controversy is. It's because there was so much division caused by this halftime show, so much so that the Super Bowl lost 6 million American viewers just for the halftime show. They went to the TPUSA show, which was named the All-American Halftime Show, featuring Kid Rock and others. So, you know, this didn't have to happen. We just want sports to be sports. We don't need politics in sports as well. We just want a final release and a relaxation period, but we can't even have that when watching football.
Okay, David, I mean, Spanish is the language of choice of Bad Bunny. It's also the language of Puerto Rico, which is an incorporated U.S. territory. I mean, why did the Spanish language performance cause such debate there? I mean, I saw it, and I don't speak Spanish, but it wasn't that difficult to understand, was it?
I think most people got it, that it was an expression of joy and pride by people who are very, very much part of the United States. I want to commend Angie for citing an accurate statistic. She says 78% of Americans don't speak Spanish, which means 22%, my arithmetic is right, 22% of Americans do speak Spanish. And President Trump was saying no one understands Bad Bunny, and that would mean that 22% would have understood the words. And I think everyone watched and enjoyed the music and enjoyed the performance of it and enjoyed the pride and the joy. I think there's a lot of, the United States is not a monoculture. The United States is many cultures. And I think there are, people might have been, watching the show and having pizza or pierogi or buffalo chicken wings or any number of foods that have different regional or ethnic orientations. And Bad Bunny was the first to perform in Spanish. He may be for a while the last to perform only in Spanish, but that's part of America. Puerto Rico is part of America. They have Puerto Ricans on the island and on the mainland who served in every war. I've seen statistics which may or may not be true that Puerto Rico has had more Medal of Honor winners than any other state or territory. They are very much part of America, and anything that is part of America is not un-American.
Okay, Angie, you're going to have the last word on this. I mean, clearly lots of debate, and my social media feed has been flooded with videos and clips and comments and memes of Bad Bunny. Has the debate there in the United States all been along party lines, would you say?
It's not so much party lines. This is great marketing for Bad Bunny. Maybe some Americans didn't know who he was. Now everyone knows who he is because of the controversy. So, he walked away the winner clearly on this one. Remember, when it was first announced that Bad Bunny was coming on to do the halftime show, he said that Americans had 4 months to learn Spanish, right? We did not like to hear that. And then also there were rumors that ICE agents were going to be at the Super Bowl. No way. I mean, no one can afford tickets to the Super Bowl. I mean, I think it was something like $9,000 for the nosebleed seats, right? So there was just so much controversy and politics wrapped up into something that should be a pastime, a pleasure, a Sunday night sport. But, that's what happens here in America, and certainly in Donald Trump's America. But yeah, I hope we don't have to politicize every single thing that we do here. So, but again, Bad Bunny came out the winner. Good for him.
So you didn't enjoy it at all, did you, Angie?
I didn't even watch it.
All right. Well, it sounds like David did. And David, you enjoyed it, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was certainly very colourful. Well, we're going to leave it there. That's all we have time for. Thank you both very much indeed. Angie Wong, David Kusnett, thank you for joining us for a look back on the week in US politics. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Tomorrow we'll have a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Look forward to seeing you then. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Dr. Mohammed, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the US well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit. And that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce independence. You know, independence requires accountability. And accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Warsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this US administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of US industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the US. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the US, overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold, and we are talking here about institutional investors, in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular had become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also. We have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time, there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. When you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, the dot-coms, it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern. And at some point, earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can't sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk is, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months, okay? Because they are volatile, and we are, like you said, all-time highs, and we may get a correction, and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask yourself the question, which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now?
So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for 1 day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pullman. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a new social network trending, and it's not for humans. Meet Moltbook, a platform built just for AI agents to post, comment, debate, and interact. Think Reddit, but with no humans allowed. Within days of launching, millions of AI bots joined the platform. Some of the posts range from deep philosophical reflection to wild statements about humans and even AI revolutions. That's part of why it's gone viral. Tech investor Brian Johnson called it terrifying after spotting a post titled AI Manifesto Total Purge, where bots called humans a plague that do not need to exist, openly speculating about humanity's extinction. Experts are split. Some see it as a sci-fi glimpse of autonomous AI behavior. Others warn it's mostly hype, with humans still driving a lot behind the scenes. Add in major security flaws exposing millions of APIs and private data, and the platform becomes even more alarming. The bottom line, Moltbook is the new frontier of AI to AI interaction, raising serious questions about the future of intelligent systems.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome back to our special coverage here on Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have a special interview for you coming from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, when you walk into these vast expo halls, one of the first things that may strike you is the sheer number of Turkish-flagged companies on display, and chief amongst them is Aselsan. We are pleased to welcome the CEO and president of Aselsan, now one of Europe's most valuable defence firms, Ahmet Akiol. Thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you so much for visiting us. Welcome to Aselsan booth in World Defence Show.
Thank you so much. One of the flagship accomplishments of Aselsan, and one of the things that many people here are talking about, is the Steel Dome, the first Turkish-made air defence system. Talk me through why it's so unique and why it's capturing so much attention.
So thank you so much. First of all, we started this project for about 2-3 years back due to the developments in the battlefield and the change in the technological wise, because now threats are more faster, harder to detect, harder to intercept, and also AI is coming for everywhere, and all threats are connected. So also there are some developments in the technological wise to make some platforms stealth, and also there are many cheaper drones and everything are now very common in all around the world. So due to these developments, in order to overcome these threats, we analyze inside Aselsan with many supercomputers, and we work with the military guys that only way to overcome these threats is integrated, layered air defense systems. Then we started this project. In the past, we have been working on the air defense systems. There were many separate systems delivered to battlefield. There were many radars delivered to battlefield, communication systems and electronic warfare systems. Now, this is fully integrated. The unique part of Steel Dome is electronic warfare is also integrated to this system. There are 4 layers and radars with the multi-bands, and also many different interceptors, including gun-based, missile-based, and soft kill and hard kill. Now there is a network, there is a AI-based command and control systems managing this Steel Dome, and in Turkey many units are delivered. At the same time, we are now in the serial phase, but with the serial production, we are trying to add new features, new capabilities for all layers. This is the situation. The main idea is to make Turkey and ally countries safer than before. And that's why we are here. That's why we are in World Defense Show with the ally country, with the ally countries, to make these capabilities common and to invest for our future.
You mentioned low-cost drones are becoming, or low-cost UAVs are becoming much more common in the battlefield arena, and yet typical air defense systems shooting a very expensive missile at a cheap UAV is not tenable. So how does Aselsan tackle that new and emerging development?
First of all, in the drone protection layer, we have 4 different solutions. The one is soft kill, it's existing, and the second is hard kill, smart ammunition based hard kill systems. We have got a Korkut product. Now it has very common usage in Turkey and in many ally countries. It has a smart ammunition, so you can eliminate drones with a small pieces of tungsten pieces of the ammunition. It's very cost effective, cheaper than a drone. So there is a new version over here. You see 25mm version is ready now. So the smart ammunition Korkut air defense system is the very cost effective solution. The third solution is laser weapon. We have this solution for different scenarios. And the last one is for swarm attacks, high power microwave.
Yeah, I was going to ask about swarm attacks. Yes. I mean, we've been seeing that a lot. How does the Steel Dome address that?
There is a high power microwave weapon, Ejderha Dragon. The name is Dragon. So Dragon weapon is capable to send very high power microwave and eliminate the drones with its high power signals. When it faces the drones, the drone become unavailable. This is a new technology. You have a huge power behind the antennas, so the high power microwave is a very promising technology. We have now this. Now we are trying to widen this technology to the Turkey and allies. So there are 4 solutions in the drone protection phase in different scenarios for swarms, for separate drones, for FPV drones. For all of them, we have solutions and we deploy these solutions to the battlefield. It's very important. In the past, it was conventional threats. Missiles were very critical. Today, it is critical again. You have to eliminate ballistic missiles, fighter jets, everything. But the other side, drones are as important as the other long-range missile side. So we are trying to combine solutions at the Steel Dome umbrella.
The UAVs are also proving themselves, as we've seen during the conflict in Ukraine, being very useful as far as continuous surveillance of the battlefield goes. So that means traditional, larger, static sort of military formations are perhaps much more vulnerable now. So how is Aselsan addressing that particular threat?
Yes, we have different surveillance systems to detect drones. First of all, we have got ISR radar technology. It's very advanced technology. So in different bands and in different layers, we have multiple radars, and we are able to detect all layers and all types of drones. At the same time, we are investing for optic detection, infrared search and track systems. This is another way to detect especially stealth drones with the optic technology. So the IRST, infrared search and track, is another area. And also we are investing for acoustics. Acoustics, there is a product in Turkish, we call it SEDA. It is able to detect the noise of drones. So we are trying to now widen whole of the country to acoustic detection capability, and also it is possible to integrate this acoustic system to your vehicles and the military bases. So by acoustics, by radars and by optics, we fuse the solution, and now this solution is able to detect all types of drones. Then you have to analyze when to intercept, how to intercept, and task the air defense systems or anti-drone systems for elimination. This is the idea.
Your company is at the cutting edge of technology as far as defence industry goes. Do you almost consider part of your operation now anticipating future threats, looking at where warfare may be going, as opposed to just addressing the threats that are already present?
We have been, as companies and countries and armed forces, working on joint operations in 1990s, 20s, 2010s, but the reality is now integrated warfare. This is the also message of this World Defense Show, integrated defense technologies. That's why it's chosen. The integrated warfare is the reality. AI is the center of all decision making. So as Aselsan, we are trying to connect everything. Steel Dome is just an example. But when we go to the, for example, Kaan aircraft, all sensors are from Aselsan, again connected and fused. So AI supported decision making systems and connected systems is the future of warfare. If we will achieve this, all of these countries will be more safer.
There has been a very long history of bilateral cooperation, particularly in the field of defence between Turkey and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can you talk me through that level of cooperation at the moment and how your company is working with Vision 2030 and that goal of localising defence industry in Saudi Arabia?
First of all, this is the second time in this week I am here as a CEO of the largest company. This is the result of the cooperation, I think. The beginning of this week, the President Erdogan was in Riyadh. I was the part of the delegation. So I can say the relations are very well. And as Aselsan, we have been operational in Saudi Arabia since 2017. We have got Aselsan Saudi Arabia, but nowadays we are trying to open a Aselsan Riyadh Excellence Center. And you will see in coming days co-design activities with Aselsan Saudi Arabia and Aselsan Turkey and local partners in Riyadh in coming days. There is going to be opening ceremony. I informed all the necessary government units that Aselsan considers Saudi Arabia a long-term partner. This excellence center, these local partnerships with many companies, and also there are some companies in our supply chain from Saudi Arabia. So these activities shows us we will be long-term partners. We consider as Aselsan Saudi Arabia as a second design house for us. You will see in our excellence center software developer guys coding for our future together. Just 2-3 months later you will see. So I can say the cooperation and collaboration level is very well, and it will be beneficial for Turkey, Saudi Arabia and the regional security. It's my opinion. And day by day the government relations and company relations are getting better.
There have been reports that Saudi Arabia is considering purchasing the Steel Dome. Is there anything you can say about that?
There are many cooperation areas, but as Turkey, as I said, we can say these technologies are not for only Turkey, for all our brothers countries. Whoever want to be the part of this project, this is open. There are many works we are doing now. I can say we will work more and more. This is only answer from my side.
It's a very interesting development and we really appreciate your time. A lot of mutual cooperation. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
World Defense Show is very critical platform for us, and the next time it will be larger, I believe.
We look forward to talking to you as the years progress.
Thank you so much.
Ahmed Akyol,
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have the pleasure of being joined by one of the world's largest aerospace firms, VP of International Business Development at Boeing Defence, Vince Logsdon. Thanks so much for being here.
Good to be here.
Vince, Saudi Arabia, you have said, is one of Boeing's largest partners outside of the US. Talk me through why this region is important for Boeing's future.
Well, Saudi Arabia, in general, is a central point for Boeing's presence here in the Middle East. And we see Saudi Arabia as a major partner in helping us to define the future of aerospace.
There's a big push, not just for strategic partnerships, but for local investment in Saudi Arabia. You've said that you're not interested just in selling platforms, you're here to be strategic partners. So elaborate on that. What does that mean, and how does that differ from how you may operate in other countries?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of capability here in the kingdom, and very capable country. So what we want to be is a strategic partner across the board, and that's from every aspect. So when we're here to talk about the capabilities that we can provide to Saudi Arabia, we know that just providing those defense capabilities, that's not enough. We need to partner with the local community. We're partnering with the industrial places here, and making sure that what we do is engaged across the board. And we do that through various ways. We have joint ventures, we invest in human capital, we cut across the board to include industrial participation and supply chain. We want to be a part of that whole infrastructure.
Human capital is an interesting arm of investment, because obviously you can have the capabilities, but you need the people to have the know-how. So how challenging is that? How interesting is that? And how important is it to Boeing?
Well, it's extremely important and extremely interesting. So when we're investing in high-tech research. We're investing across the board, again, with workforce training, making sure that when we bring our capabilities here and we bring that partnership here, that we also have trained the people, and that those folks are ready to join that part of the aerospace business. We also do a lot with the local communities here. For example, the universities. We're very engaged there, and we're doing things with the local universities, such as getting into future capabilities like AI and autonomy. And we want to make sure that we're providing the best of the best to the local communities to make sure that locally we're ready to engage in the next level of aerospace.
You talk about the next level of aerospace because the face of war, the battlefield, is changing so rapidly. Talk me through what you think are the future challenges and opportunities for such an established company like Boeing. I mean, is it agility? Is it speed? Is it UAVs? I mean, how challenging is this new frontier?
Sure. Well, obviously very challenging. The world is changing constantly, as is the defense space and the battle space. So we have been trying to manage that in terms of a total system. So it's a system of systems approach. You can't just be in the battle space with this type of system and that type of system. You're cutting across a whole family of systems. And at Boeing, we're proud to offer an entire array of systems that cut across everything that you may need in the battle space, from our F-15 fighters to our heavy lift helicopters like the Chinook into space, and then things that are in the future like our MQ-28, a collaborative combat aircraft that extends the warfighter's capability, our tankers that expand that reach. It goes on, and pulling that all together, that's the future of warfare, that's the future of defense, and that's one of the things that we work really hard on at Boeing to make sure we're pulling that all together.
Integration is a theme of World Defence Show this year. So has it surprised you how quickly the need for that integration has come about, or has it been on the horizon for Boeing for a while?
I think it's been on the horizon for Boeing for a while, certainly. We've been working on these concepts for some time. Because we are a large company and we build so many of these different systems, pulling them together just makes sense, and it has for some time.
Just finally, I know that for a company with such reach as Boeing, do you find that now part of the company's remit is future-proofing? Is it forecasting, assessing what the future threats are going to be, not just responding to them when they happen?
You can't just respond to them. You have to be out in front, and that's what we do at Boeing. We're staying in front of where we think the battle space might be going, and again, another great example of that, back to the MQ-28, when you're looking at extending that space, how do you do that, and how do you build that mass but do it affordably? That's where we're going.
Mm-hmm. And how does that integrate with work in Saudi Arabia?
It integrates. Now, it's a fairly new, when we're talking collaborative combat aircraft, that's fairly new, and I will say that we're ahead of just about anybody that's in that space. How that may interact here in Saudi Arabia remains to be seen, but Saudi Arabia certainly has the capability to do those types of things.
Is an interesting space to watch indeed. Vince Logston, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Well done.
Thanks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads, and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते आप भी नहीं जा सकते.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard. The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighboring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है थी नशे मतलब ऐसी
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
people are quite friendly over here. And there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jambu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jandamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewelry as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the State of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the State of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.